exactly what we had going on. We were waiting, hoping for the next hat to show up on sale there. We are in what month? October, so we should have some contracts here. So we got some cultivating contracts. The harvesting contracts are all terrible. We do have a hoeing contract that's not bad. I believe our field was good, and I think we harvest that, what, in July? Did we harvest this in July? Or was it June? June. Okay, so nothing to do with that field. For hours haven't passed yet. I gotta figure out what's going on with it. I'm not sure what could have broken that in the way we saw. Because for those who missed like the countdown, like so those over on YouTube, you would have seen it. OBS, which is the software I use to stream stuff, had an update today, and just for whatever reason, I have like a timer that normally is like, hey, stream starting in like 4 minutes or whatever the actual time. It's like 3 minutes and 50 seconds what it puts on the timer just because of that's how long my intro song is. But just a little thing to like announce the start of the stream and all that so that people can get here before we get into it. Because that's the way things tend to work over on Twitch. YouTube, y'all got zero patience for intros. I've learned that lesson. You got zero patience for intros. You put an intro there and instantly the viewership drops off. But with all that said though, something got screwed up with my script that puts up the timer and counts down with the OBS update. And so it was saying there's 3 hours and 45 minutes or something till stream start. I'm like, not gonna be putting a 4-hour intro, sorry. Yeah, so, like I said, I'm going to try and see what we can to get the money going. Because I don't think that we're going to be doing like a whole like 30-40 video series or something like that for this farm sim run. That's not the plan. As much as I enjoy the game and everything, and it's not like a bad game for stream. That's a lot of farm sim. But I do want to get things moving. So I don't think I'm going to do there's a current bug in the game right now where I could buy something like this and then repair it and fuel it up for free and then sell it back and make like nearly a 50% increase in money from whatever I spent on it. Like, it's really, really broken. And, you know, if you're watching this on YouTube later, it may have been fixed. Double check that on some cheap before you do it on some expensive, just in case it is fixed. I'm not going to do that. I could see taking some money and getting ourselves a greenhouse to go with our like mushroom greenhouse, get like the big veggie greenhouse. Do that to supplement our money. That way every single in-game day we're getting the extra couple $1,000s or whatever it is. And trying to lean in more that way. So we're not just racing up and down the fields, hoeing and cultivating the same fields again and again forever. That required me to take a little bit more of a loan, because I want to say the big greenhouse, I want to say it's like 64,000. But you get the idea. Start trying to ramp up the income a lot more than I've been doing. Because we're taking a nice casual pace with it, partly because I'm just hoping the next ad comes by on sale. Because we can snag it on like the 57-60% off sale real easy, then we just buy it, and then it's just buy the next tool, and we're good. I actually think that's exactly what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna get that second greenhouse. And we can go with that. Maybe if I've got the space, well, no, I'll have to see how much the chicken coop is. The big one. Because I'm looking at it going, okay, which of these can I start that gets us a trickle income just starting to go? So that a lot more of it's just easy money kind of stuff versus what have you. Because I don't know how much wheat and wheat and barley or whatever I'm going to need for the chicken feed. But we can get that all sorted out. Because we'll need wheat, we'll need grass, we'll need water. I know for, like, getting everything you want for the cows, you want more than that. But I think you can get away with literally just the grass and the water. Like, you won't have the best success. We can also buy the food, but that ends up eating into your profit, if not making it at a loss. I must have missed a row. Oh, it's one of these things. Yeah, there's like a little gap here I missed because the field's not quite the same width as the tool. Or like a multiple of the tool. Alright, so that's another $2,000 we got real quick. Let's figure out what we gotta do to make this greenhouse happen. So greenhouse, we go to construction, and here we'll be looking at, it's 54,000. I thought it was 64,000. Yeah, 54,000. We take just a little teeny tiny bit of a loan. Get the $54,000 veggie greenhouse. Get that set up next to the mushroom greenhouse. And that should give us a bit more income. It should pay for themselves pretty quickly. If I remember my math right, it was somewhere in the ballpark of you need to own the greenhouse for something like 10 months or something like that for it to pay itself off. But that might have been the solar panels. Whichever. The whole point is, because it's a steady income and you can get water for free, it costs next to nothing to have it. And it just gives you more than next to nothing. So once you build it, it does just trickle give you more money over time. That'll help out with that. Alright. Drop this off. Okay, so complete that contract. We're going to want to go to our construction. Now, one thing I want to do before I put it down, because there's a little bit of a slope here. This is going to cost me a little bit of money, and it'll be a little bit annoying. It's weird that you're fighting me on this. Oh, it's because I got the trees here. Hold, please. Because I left those trees and I didn't clean them up earlier. Well, I mean, if I do that, I gotta go and lease the stump grinder to get rid of them again. Let's just see if it'll let me put them over and delete the trees. Because I really don't want to deal with the, leasing all that stuff if I don't have to. Yes, you're only complaining about not enough money. Alright, so you're 54,000. So let's go ahead and get what I need to set that up. That should be plenty. Yeah, so you're going to complain about colliding with an object. Alright, well, it's fine. We'll go here, construction stuff. We will want the stump grinder. Or clean up that area of the property more. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? So we are going to lease this. Then cut down some of those trees on the edge of the property to make space. Alright. Because then I'll put down that greenhouse. That'll be a little extra income for us, and that'll be good. Okay, so just a handful of trees over here that are the problem. Problem is, one's one of these knotted trees. Okay. We can check those over there. I'm not gonna bother turning it on unless we get a lot of wood. They won't even get a full set of planks out or whatever. But hey, if it gets these out of here, that's fine. Because yeah, like I said, I want to put down the second greenhouse to give ourselves a little bit more easy income. Just to speed things up a bit. Alright. It looks like I get this one and then one more branch. We'll grind away the stump. I need to get rid of that tree as well. I don't think I need that third tree gone, but we'll see. All right. And then hopefully we'll be able to squeeze that greenhouse in there. Cool, that's light enough I can carry it. You can carry by default 200 kilograms or less, and this is only 46. Did you start early? No. We had time zone change a couple days back in the US. Or daylight savings, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so we got those two out of the way. I think that's the only two I gotta remove. Let's go here, go to this, construction. I want to try to, again, level out the land a bit here. Yep. Alright, so we'll see how that works with the actual building put on it. My hope is... try and make them even with each other. Yeah, they're about even. About as close as we're gonna get, at least. And weirdly, I'm not allowed to do the gap in between. I don't really know why. Okay, a little ramp on this edge. And I think that's the edge of my property. Alright. So I can get that and cancel the lease on that. Get some water in that greenhouse. And for the hot weather ending soon? Gotcha. Yeah, no, where I'm at, we're getting into the hot weather season. Yeah, once we own some more land, I'll level that out a lot better. Yep, we can just drive right over here, grab the water, and that means I'll have another source of income going on. That's 99 degrees Fahrenheit? Yeah, that's like peak summer here hovers right around 98, 99, 100, quite a bit. Meanwhile, we can go into the greenhouse here. We'll change the output to sell things immediately. Don't have to sit here and load it all the time. And we will activate all the different produce. All right. Okay, so we spent just a bit shy of 60,000 on that, getting the land set up. Well, actually, probably about 60,000. So that was a bit of an expense, but it's those things that should be giving me a bit of money every single month, forever. I really need to go and even this out more. Like basically, I'm gonna have to buy the tile south of us to expand this more. I really don't know why I can't build between the two buildings. It's fine. Okay, how much capacity do you have for water? Oh, you have 40,000. All right, so this is gonna take me a couple of trips. That's fine. I believe it's one of those things that when I fully fill up the greenhouse, I don't think I have to fill up the greenhouse again for like a year and a half or something like that. Meanwhile, not worry about those cultivating contracts. All these harvest contracts are unfortunately not great. Now I can sweat trying to... I'm going to try to avoid just doing more and more of the same, like, hoeing and cultivating contracts and lean a little bit more on the stuff that just gives me money every day kind of things. And what are we at in our debt now that I've done this? 130. So we're still actually lower on our debt than we were yesterday. Like, so far as, like, real life day. Because we started yesterday, I think it was closer to 200,000. Okay. This is the goals dare drop again? Yeah, we're still doing the dare drop stuff. It's gonna take us a little while. We're trying to get 1 million earning from production chains, 20 of each animal, and to use all of the Nexat equipment. So the big thing right now is I need money to get the animals online and the Nexat stuff. It just literally money's the problem. And were we able to figure out... Because we were looking at this and I was like, I don't see a place to see how much we've made from our production lines. Like that's been kind of the caveat, is I don't see anywhere here
Take a sip.
that there's like production line you've made this much. I'll try looking at some of the individual buildings because I know the lumber mill counts as a production line. Hey Luxray, how's it going? So I really don't know how I'm supposed to demonstrate I've made 1 million via a production line or production chain or whatever you want to call it. I.e., the thing where I take one material and I make it into a somewhat more valuable material. Let's look at our buildings. Yeah, so Sawmill here doesn't tell me anything about its stats. These don't tell me anything about their stats. It would have to be here. And there's not another tab after that. It's not under vehicles, hand tools. Finance is where I'd expect to see it. And I do have a sold products thing. Which again, sold products is production line, I believe. Because property income is not. And then there's no overlap, like there's nothing monetary in here. I assume it's just honor system is my guess. That's the best I can guess, is it's just honor system being like, hey, I did it. Can you prove it? No. But it could always be one of those things that we just demonstrate like, hey, this production line is making X amount of money per month or whatever. And clearly we've been like in the run for a couple of years or whatever. That'll be a whole thing. I don't know what they expect us to clip on that one. Because it's not going to be make $1 million on a production line in a singular day or some nonsense. Because that is an obnoxiously large amount of money. It's doable, but you would need like a good 8 or 9 production chain, like fully built out to make that kind of money in that kind of time. Honestly, I'm probably just going to roll with it as once we get all the Nexat equipment and the animals, we just know we're going to have the production line sorted before then to make $1 million because of how much all that other crap costs. So it'll probably be like, hey, I'm making, you know, over 60, 70, 80,000 a day, and clearly, you know, we've been playing for a number of in-game years. I don't know. We'll see. How's the apartment going? It's going pretty good. We were just talking about how for the one challenge up there where I have to show that I made $1 million from production chains, I don't know how I'm supposed to show that because there's no statistic that I'm seeing in the game that says, hey, you made this much from production chains. So I'm assuming it's going to be the product amount. Unless like in the save files it says like total product, like total money made per product or whatever, X amount of dollars. I don't know. What are you at point-wise? 80 out of 100, so I'm feeling really good. I plugged it already earlier in the stream. So we're doing really good so far as the plus program push. Considering that we're basically at just about as close to exactly halfway through the month as you can get. And 80% done with the plus points. Still not counting, you know, still not counting it till it's done, but... Oh no, you're all good. You're all good, Luxray. I understand you're double checking to make sure I'm promoting the things I need to be promoting to be able to keep doing this full time. Is there no mod to implement? Oh, I mean, there probably is a mod, but this is for Dare Drop, so I'm not gonna bother. Like, if a mod is necessary to do something like that, I mean, that's a them problem. Like, if it was a challenge against another creator and we agreed that, oh yeah, you need this mod to track it, that's totally a different animal. But, like, if the game publisher themselves is like, hey, we've got a challenge here, we'll give you a CD key if you do this. By the way, go download this third-party mod just so we can tell that you actually did it. It's like, all right, hang the heck on. Why is that just not, like, why would you make a challenge we can't track? I think it's just an oversight. Production chain values and important stats. Yes and no. I wouldn't say it's an important stat. I would say it is an interesting and like, you know, meaningful stat. But as far as important, it's not going to really change the way you're playing the game. Once you set up the production chain, you've already invested a crap ton of money in it. And all the production chains usually, like I said, per step will give you about 1.5 what you put into it. So if I put $1,000 worth of wheat into a flour mill, I'll usually get somewhere ballparkish 1,500 out in flour. Okay, so that greenhouse is all filled up. So it's an interesting, fun stat, but I wouldn't really necessarily say it's actually important. You won't change your gameplay strategy much just based on that there. You would change your gameplay strategy when it comes to what produces more in general, but like, again, once I built a production line, I've already invested so much money, I'm gonna see it through. Like, you're not gonna bail on it from there. All right, so we got that all built up. One last check to see if there's any like absolutely amazing contracts. Not gonna worry about the little cultivator ones. Not gonna worry about the harvesting ones, and that's all fine. Basically, I don't want to get caught up into just doing laps in the fields, cultivating all my way to 1 million. I don't think anyone would want to watch that much longer. We've done a lot of cultivating and hoeing because they're fast. The harvesting ones I feel like aren't nearly as bad, because if you get like 10, 15,000 harvesting all at once, you don't do nearly as much of it. It's not nearly as frequent. All right, first, check our sales. Nothing we care about. No amazing contracts here. Yeah, if you were the other header, I would definitely do that. That one's not terrible, 3,000. But I'm not going to sweat it. I'm going to go over here, finances, repay part of our loan. Now we got 1 more month until we need to sell things. Because in 1 in-game month, it'll be time for us to sell our wheat. Because I do want to make sure that I still have enough leeway if the next ad does show up, I can still snag it. So I don't want to go more than like $200,000 in debt, because once I go over that, then I might not be able to make ends meet on that regard. Yeah, so we're making at least like 5,000 a day. All right, so it's time to sell our wheat. Or sorry, not wheat, barley. We're not growing wheat, we're growing barley. All right. And nothing new on the sales we want to snag. That's not a bad one there for like a really... Oh, that's a vegetable seeder. Never mind, that is bad. And let's check on the prices. So barley, the best price that I can get that isn't shipping it out of here is at the grain mill right now, which is behind me. All right. So to keep paying down our loan, because again, every month it charges me, you know, several $100, and it's going to be good to have that credit line again. If the next at shows up, we can snag it, or if something else shows up, they're like, oh, we should buy this to like make our big money off of it. Like, that's a curiosity. If the next at shows up, if I'd be able to put aside enough to get the harvester header for the next at, and all that good stuff. Now, I've learned my lesson here this time. We need to not go from like where it first starts going. We need to go all the way to this edge, because this trailer tips up real high. All right, and with that, we could go to our finances. And that's 3 loan payments. So we've already made about half of the money for the greenhouse back. Yeah, it should help a lot. Because I think we went from about $2,000 we were making every single day without additional work to about $5,000. And that'll vary month to month as the value of the goods goes up and down per season and whatever. Let's see, we don't care about any of that. We can check the contracts, anything amazing. Yeah, it's a really big field. Those really big cultivating ones, you can actually make good money, but they just take time. I'm trying, because we've been doing a lot of cultivating, a lot of hoeing the last couple days. I'm trying to not do those ones as much today. The harvest ones I'll stop for, because they can be good. But that's fine. And how are these doing? Yeah, so it does seem like the large greenhouse is using water a little faster than the other one. Yeah, all those trees only gave me about 100 liters worth of, or 100 L. Where's that? Alright. You gonna go to bed and help sick hubby? Gotcha. Well, I hope you're, I hope hubby feels better for you. You have a good evening. It's good to have you. I know you gotta take care of the fams. And we can go here. Knock down the loan another notch. We've got different headers for different vehicles. Contract-wise, nothing I'm gonna fuss with right now. And there's not another thing for me to do right this second. We're basically waiting on the field to grow. Yeah, so we're trying to go real fast just to make the faster money. Gonna be focused on our own farm. Down the road, what happens is we end up getting multiple fields with different crops that are available at different times. So you do less of the fast forward, fast forward, fast forward kind of thing. You got more to work on. Alright. No new contracts we care about. Knock down the loan, another one. Nothing I want, but at least there's more options there. And it was, what, June or July? Yeah, so it's June we harvest. And we'll need to top off the water soon. Another thing to potentially consider is if we find, like, the giant water trailer on discount and the semi-front, get that and get rid of the one we've got. Because that'll save me a lot of effort for topping off the water. But I think it's only worth it if I catch it on sale. And not gonna worry about those ones. Nothing we care about here. So we got April, May, June. Let's go ahead and top off the water. I believe the really big one is something like 20,000 liters or something like that, versus we have one that's 8,000 liters, I believe. But by the time we get a semi-front and that could easily run us up to $200,000 for all of it, unless I catch it on sale. Alright. Let's top it off the mushrooms while we're here. Okay, so the mushrooms are topped off. The good news is the mushrooms actually don't... Like, the capacity for water of them is not nearly as much as the veggies. So even though they use it at kind of the same rate for, like, being full versus not full, I don't need nearly as much water to keep it sorted. All right. If we did get the... Oh, I'm wrong. It's 32,000 liters. I said it was like 20,000. Yeah, but that's the big semi one. I can't use that one unless I get a semi. So if I get like the semi front end really cheap, then we can start, like, then it'd be worth it for me to go after that. Because then I can also get like the big crop trailer as opposed to using our tractor. So by having that extra vehicle would help out. But we'd want to wait to catch it on sale. Because of 32,000, I basically once a year just take a load over to our greenhouses, and then for an entire couple fields, the one trailer's enough. Do we have any contracts for harvesting? Not yet. Because when you think about it, if I spend a good half hour or so doing a bunch of contracts running around, I'm getting the same money as I'm doing for this. That's the reasons why, unless you give yourself a lot of restrictions about what you are and aren't allowed to use, like no power generation, no greenhouses, no this, no that, Farm Sim is not a game to worry about, like, sweaty try-hard challenge runs based on your ability to make money. There's a lot of low-effort money options to make. There's lots of high-effort one, too. I'm just trying to not get into the whole thing where we slap down power generation to rush. There's a couple things like that feel too cheesy. The power generation, just solar panel feels too cheesy. We did check out there's a bug right now that you can repair and repaint for free, which makes it so you can buy stuff used off the store, repair and repaint, and sell it back, and get basically whatever money you spent, about 50% more back. So, like, very genuinely, you can buy a vehicle that's, like, normally 700,000 for, like, 360,000 for the discount. Do the free repair and repaint, and then sell it back and get yourself a quick and easy, like, 200,000. Just profit. That's not meant to work that way. It's a bug that you're not being charged for the repair. I would not be surprised if we get a hotfix for that. That said, to that end, Farm Sim devs don't do a lot of between release updates. Not none. But they usually do tend to wait to do, like, their next major update for the game when the next DLC drops, and it includes all, like, the bug fixes and all that. Again, not always. There's times that there's been glaring enough bugs or, you know, big enough features that they wanted to roll out earlier than that. But a lot of times they do just keep the cadence with the DLC drops. So we might have that bug for a while. Yeah, it's the real big harvester is the John Deere one. Since we know we need to do the next at for the dare drop, I'm not going to go on my way to try and get, like, the $1 million harvesters. Because we're getting one. Just the new one versus the older ones. Alright, how are you doing? Yeah, so I'll top it off. So, like, I've done a bunch of challenge runs in this game. I once was working a challenge run that the whole idea was I had to only buy used vehicles. I wound out not doing it for stream or releasing videos on it, because in practice it was those things that you basically just kept fast-forwarding and fast-forwarding and fast-forwarding, because it would only work if you could manage to get, like, the 2 or 3 vehicles you could use together to make something. Like grabbing a decent tractor on the cheap, that's a pretty much no-brainer. You can use a tractor for just about any crop in the game, so that's an easy win. But like the moment you got into like the specialty things, it's like, okay, but I need the harvester first because I can't guarantee it. And honestly, yeah, because we'll need to harvest and cultivate the field and all that before I'll need to top those off again. But like in practice, it ended up being a thing of just waiting and waiting and waiting till I got any type of crop harvester, buy it, and then wait and wait and wait till I got, you know, a compatible seeder or planter or whatever. And it's like, this is not a thing. Alright, so we got everything topped off. We didn't see any contracts that I particularly want to do. We're going to stick to like the harvest contracts or interesting stuff, not just continuously hoe and cultivate fields again and again. Alright, and we can pay down our loan again. I mean, that's not terrible, the lizard truck. Like, that's not terrible. We already have a trailer, so I'm not going to get it. It's actually not a bad one. The other ones we don't care about. Contract-wise, we can get a couple more thousand. Wait, what was the one? Oh, wood transport. April, so you got May, then June, and June is harvest. So I don't gotta worry about any of that stuff, so we'll just go ahead and advance the month. Basically just advancing back to our grow season. We're gonna be focusing more on our stuff and way less on contracts is my plan here. Because we've been pushing the contracts pretty hard the last 3 streams to make all our money. All right. Enduro fine. Repay a little loan. Nothing we care about. Alright, so the next in-game month should be harvest. And then we'll have some work to do on our field. Okay. Well, at least that's some kind of planter seeder thing. We can actually run that one. It is 4.5 meters. But the only crop I'd be able to do out of that one is the sorghum. Actually, wait, the soybean I probably could. Ooh. So we've been doing barley, but I've been having to lease the seeder each time. We planted then. The soy, we'd plant it in April, May. Sorry. Yeah, we planted in April or May to then harvest at the end of the year. And I believe our existing, harvester could do soy. Okay. That wouldn't set us up for a production line right now. But considering that price, I'm gonna hold off. We'll hold off on that. Let's go ahead and get this sorted out. Okay. And I'm gonna need to use the restroom real fast. I know it's only like 1 hour in the stream, but you know. So bear with me. I'm going to hand that over to the AI worker real quick. If I need to use the restroom, the AI worker can work on it. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and run the ad while I'm stepping away since it's like 5 minutes to the ad break anyways. But I got to use the restroom. All right, I'll be back in a few. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do is while that's doing its thing, let's go ahead and we can keep our greenhouses topped off. Let's let the AI work on the barley real fast in the meantime, since both of these take me time. It'd also be nice when our loans are paid off and just any money we get is just our own. That's kind of the point where I don't even have to like worry about it. It's just like, oh, I got 30,000. There's a thing for 30,000. All right, well, I'm gonna just buy it. If I could use them, we'll go just buy it straight up. All right. And meanwhile, we can go over here real fast. Yeah, so you got most of your water. It'd be about 2, maybe 3 loads. Should top everything off and have some to spare. I'm honestly curious to see the AI try and handle the Nexat with how big its turn radius is. I wanna see if they do an okay job with it, or if it's like the sprayers in Farm Sim 22 where they go up and they go never mind and they just step out and they're like, okay, never, I guess I'll do it myself. I am going to slow down time. And the only reason I'm slowing down time is it looks like we got rain later in the day. So I'd like them to finish harvesting before the rain, because otherwise I'll just have to fast forward while we wait for the rain to go away. Because you take a harvest penalty if you harvest grains during the rain. I've had people tell me different things about whether other crops are affected by rain as well. I would go on the assumption it does, but that might not be correct. Usually it's not a big deal. Like so far as just, oh, it's raining, I'll just work on something else while the rain's coming down. Yeah, and I think the next field I would want to get is maybe field 54, because that's a really big field, and it's butted up against my greenhouses and all that, so if I buy it, I'd be able to clean up that terrain so I'm not doing that weird mountain climb every time I'm trying to drop the water off. The big question is, when I get the animals, where am I going to put those? I haven't even looked which land we can buy. I mean, if I bought a plot like that, that'd be enough room for most of the animals. That's way out of our budget right now. Holy crap, it's $500,000. I mean, it makes sense, it's a giant field. But also, holy crap, it's $500,000. And I suspect pretty soon, the The harvester there over there is going to be full. I'm going to need to get the trailer to grab it. Okay. Maybe in hindsight, instead of building the ground up for both of these, I should have lowered the ground down. So you'd roll down into it kind of thing. I was gonna say, I was expecting that to fill up here. Technically filled it. I had 1% of water left in the container. That's fine. Alright, so let's grab our trailer. So we can empty out the harvester. Okay. Yep, and there's the warning for the 80% full. Okay. And I can go grab all that. And it should be able to do... yeah, I'll be able to do the rest of the field there. Without needing another empty. So I can go drop this off here, because I can just grab the vehicle itself to drop off here when I'm driving it back after that. Store all that at the silo, so I can sell when it's got a better price. Alright, is there any contracts we can do while we're waiting that are like really fast contracts? Not really that I'd want to do. Those ones just don't pay enough for me to care about. That's okay. We can go ahead and gas up the tractor while we wait. Do our maintenance. Okay. Oh yeah, I think the AI is set to default to when I set them, they'll, you know, automatically refill the fuel and the seeds and fertilizer and all that. They charge you significantly more when they do that than if you do it yourself. But there is definitely the convenience side of it. And all things considered in the game, fuel is not that one of, like, not particularly one of your larger expenditures. It's a lot of it's the maintenance, like actual like repair maintenance is a pretty big one. You have your consumables like fertilizer can be really one of your big spends, and then just buying equipment in general. When your equipment costs $100, $200, $300, $400,000 per piece, it builds up fast. Not that fuel's nothing. I mean, that was $215 basically. But all things considered, when we're doing those fields and they're paying me and, you know, the tens of thousands for my stuff, and then the repairs through all the things ends up being a couple $1,000. And then, you know, if I use the workers, they usually cost me a couple $1,000 by the time it's all said and done. Dropping like $200 in gas, it's not a big thing, because that's the first time we fueled up in the over a year of the game, so you get the idea. And while we're out and about, we can go ahead and top off the repair. Okay. It'll be just about in time for the harvester to finish, to drop it off. And get things going. Yeah, we'll keep up with the barley for now. I was debating whether or not we were going to switch over to soy because I saw that planter for the cheap. But, I don't know. It's one of those ones I was looking at going, okay, I can get this really kind of crappy small planter, and it'll do the job for a field this size. Like, it'd be a reasonable investment there. But at the same time, I was also kind of sitting there going, okay, but I already know I'm trying to save up and buy, like, a really big one. And once I can get, like, the next set equipment, the planter's gonna cost a fortune. But you get the idea. Buying the thing to go, like, the extra step and all that. We have been leasing it, but I was just thinking, if it cost me, it was something like 1,000 something to lease it and do it. Well, actually, I think it's like 2,000 something to lease it and all that. It would take me 12 in-game years before I would have wiped out the, you know, like, it would have been more cost effective to buy it. And one would hope in 12 in-game years we will be ready to get the bigger stuff. Because if not, then I'm pretty sad. Okay, so you drop you off. Need to shift this side a little bit. Drop off the rest of that barley. Okay. And now I want to go ahead and see if we can't squeeze on back here to get you repaired. It's fine, don't worry about it. So repair. Oh yeah, it's fine. Even though, like, it's not charging us for it because it's a bug. It still expects you to have it. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not going to charge you for it, but we just need to make sure you got a credit line, all right? This ain't a charity here. All right, and we can put the time back up to 5. All right, so we need to plant the barley again in September. So by September, we gotta get what we need to do more work. Okay, so we got the truck again. And a bunch of stuff I'm not going to worry about. We could run over here, do those repairs real fast. So we can pay down our loan. It's a charity for people with money. Exactly. The only handouts we're going to give is if you're already wealthy. Because clearly that means you know what to do with the money. I'm surprised it's only 45. That's fine. Then we can go here and repay the loan. Yeah, there's no scrolling there yet. All right, well, hopefully we get something worthwhile coming across there soon. We are getting to the point where we're going to be debt-free and not too long. Because literally we're paying 1 to 2 payments every single in-game month. Which is really nice. I mean, that's the really big sprayer, but... and a big trailer. At least those are good things. If I wasn't doing the Nexat stuff because of the Dare Drop or whatever, I would absolutely grab those. Oh, I didn't even check the last month, I don't think. Canola? I mean, it's not bad money. It'd be an extra, roughly $5,000. But they're like 2 small fields. Yeah, so that's all being overtaken by weeds. That's fine. Our greenhouses are doing fine. And nothing we cared about here. Yeah, and I can sweat those contracts. It's fine. They're decent contracts. Like, if there had been like 3, 4 of them, or one that's like $10,000, I'd be like, yeah, go send the harvester. But both of them were like 2,000, 1,400. It's like, okay, it's not bad money. Like, very genuinely, again, if we were talking pure challenge mode stuff, absolutely go for it. Okay. Absolutely go for it. Repay it. Bunch of harvesting contracts I don't care about. But we do have time now to get our next round of barley in the ground. So I need to cultivate the field. I need to seed the field. Then I need to run the hoe over the field. Okay. And for the harvesting, it's all like spinach and peas and all that. Yeah, the problem is like all of these contracts are like little like $1,000 and $2,000 contracts, which is honestly not bad. Like, all things considered, is not bad, especially early game. But with stuff like the greenhouses up, when you're talking like real life hours, you can go, okay, I can drive around and spend, 30 minutes cultivating these fields and make $3,000-4,000, or I can have my character go to sleep and get $5,000. Which is why I normally won't go and do the solar stuff. Is that very literally the entire way you play the game comes to, well, let me just fast forward. Let me just skip the day. Let's go ahead in time. And you can do that enough with the greenhouses, but at least on occasion I gotta stop by and top them off. There's at least some gameplay element to it. Versus if we check out the solar, the generation stuff, like literally it would just be grab that, plunk it down. Every in-game month it would make, I don't know, for, let's see, because it'd probably make a little under $1,000. Because usually with most of them, they pay for themselves after 10 months, give or take a little bit. So you buy a solar panel, 10 months later, it's made the money to buy you a solar panel, and now you have 2 solar panels, which means instead of 10 months, because you're getting twice as much now, it's 5 months to get your next solar panel. So, 5 months goes by and you buy your next solar panel, which of course then, makes it even better to around 3.5 or so months it requires to get your next solar panel. And then sooner or later you get to the point where you start to realize you're making enough money per month to build a solar panel, and just all the rest is just money you get back, and you can put down 2 or 3 solar panels per day. It's an exponential growth thing. There's been plenty of videos out there where the person's like, watch me make this money in like just a couple of hours or whatever. And usually it is they'll buy like a land like that and they'll put like 1 panel and then 1 panel and 1 panel until finally the whole field's full and they're literally making over $1 million every single day. And I say solar panel, the big wind turbine's the most efficient one, but it takes a lot of money to set up. And no judgment for anyone who does this. Like literally if you just want to give yourself free money, if you just enjoy playing, hey, don't let me yuck your yum. Like the whole point of the game is to have fun. For me personally, like the gradual progression is what makes the game fun to me. A lot of, like, you'll probably notice with a lot of my games, I like the ones that are like slow burn start, build up kind of. You just build more and more momentum and things go faster and faster kind of runs. And so those early like quick easy ways to make money take away the part of the game I enjoy. And that's not even like just even these games or tycoon games. It's the same way I feel with like action RPGs, that when I've gotten a League or whatever in Path of Exile where I happened into like a meta build that zero investment just deletes stuff, it ends up not being a fun League for me, because just instantly I got to like, end game kind of stuff with what felt like very little effort. It's only really happened to be like twice. There was one case where I was very early in the game and I had someone recommend a meta build to me because I was brand new to the game and I didn't really know a lot about it. I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. Some like Arc Trapper or something like that. Back when that was like the build. And very genuinely, even going to like end game content like on completely scuff gear, it really just didn't feel challenging at all. So I got bored real fast. And then the other one, I happened to be planning out a build for the upcoming League. I can't remember what skill it was. Was it Herald of Agony? But I happened to be planning, like, coming up with an idea for a build, and I put this thing together. And he was like, oh, hey. This looks like, oh yeah, it was a Static Strike Herald of Agony. That's right. But like, Herald of Agony was completely unbalanced strong, and it was like is a new skill, and they just didn't realize how easy it was to really juice it. That with like minimal investment on anything, you could just basically give your character generic health resistance and all that, and then be like, okay, cool. And I also just slot in Herald of Agony. Congratulations, I win. That one I actually had fun though, because at least there was a setup to it, because you had to like go up and like poke stuff with your weapon to trigger Static Strike. And then you'd run around and just go like zap, 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 zap for a couple of seconds. So it was this weird, run a screen, poke an enemy, run a screen, poke an enemy, run a screen, poke an enemy. And then for bosses, you had to still manage to get on top of the boss close enough that you could give them a melee poke. And then run around them to keep the Static Strike up. Keep it zapping the boss again and again. Because for those who don't know the skill in the game, Herald of Agony, I don't know about nowadays, but it got stronger based on how many instances, was it instances of poison you caused? Like within a time frame? I don't think they had to be active, just that you caused it. It was like a separate stat it kept. And so you'd set it up so that you had the skill that would constantly trigger and wouldn't really do much damage, but trigger the poison to go on. And so even though the poison itself was meh, it didn't matter. It only cared about the quantity of poison, not how good they were. So it's just about getting a lot of stacks this thing. And it had like a built-in cooldown, so you couldn't just hit one attack and suddenly have 1,000 or whatever. But it was like those like gradual upkeep things were just really powerful. They nerfed it a bunch of times. It's still usable nowadays, but like in the past you could literally just slot it in. You didn't have to invest in it at all, and it just worked. And they definitely changed that, so you had to actually invest in your minions, or they would just fall over and do like no damage. But I enjoyed the ones where I had to actually build up. Like, I did a number of really memey builds during Harvest League, which allowed you to have just absolutely absurd amounts of power, but it took a little bit of effort to, you know, get the gear you wanted, and then you had these like crafting things you could do, and you could almost deterministically get the outcomes you wanted, at least within a certain degree. There's still some gamble, but like you could really nudge it in your area, and there was a lot less frequency where you'd get something where it'd get the wrong result and you had to start over on that particular item. So it was a very different situation of just doing all sorts of memey stuff. Alright, so I didn't get anything new there. I do need the cedar. So we are going to do this thing again here where I go right up to the cedars, grab you, customize. Yes, I want that. Lease, yes. Alright, so we have got that. I believe I need to buy another thing of seeds this time. I believe the last planting we got down to like a couple percent of seeds, not enough to get through another planting. All right, we can drop that. Okay. Got switched over to barley. Yeah, so we'll need one thing of seeds. Did I fail to buy it? Oh, yeah, because I don't have cash. Borrow. All right. That's fine. We should be good on the fertilizer front. If not, we'll figure it out when we get there. If we got all set to barley, and I'll get that all sorted. Because I'm also trying to not buy a bunch of extra containers of fertilizer and all that. If you do, it's not that big a deal. Because it is one of those things that the extra ones, you'll use them sooner or later. But it is one of those things that it's effectively a bunch of your money just kind of stuck in this spot. So it's something to be careful about. Alright, so we cultivated the field. Now we're going to roll through and we will seed the field. And then once that's done, I'm going to go through and I will hoe the field to get rid of the risk of weeds. At which point, then it's basically waiting till harvest time. And in the interim, paying down our loans, checking for sales, grabbing the occasional contract that's like really lucrative. Mostly I'm watching for... We had one year it was like wheat or barley or whatever. We had a $11,000 contract. Something like that I will take. One big pay contract. Again, if it's something like that, not like carrots. $11,000 is not enough to do a carrot contract, because my goodness, the size of that field would be huge. Yeah, we should be fine, because it's only burning about 1.5–2% fertilizer per pass. And I don't anticipate we have 20 passes out of this. Yeah, and the plan is to jump from that little guy there to this. This is what we're aiming for. That's what I need to get for the dare drop. That and all its equipment. It ain't cheap. Let's put you back in the sales stuff. It's $650,000 for just the vehicle without its attachments, which is why I keep hoping we can catch it on sale. It is one of those things that it makes me curious about how much you get her loan up to. There's also a thing where we're making that money if we can make ourselves a bit of extra cash and like get like 100, 200,000 in the bank or whatever. We could still potentially consider just buying the thing, taking the big loan, starting to pay, like grab it one header, start paying down the loan. Grab like, you know, one tool after the other as we need them. The only one I'm scratching my head on is, so I need to show all 12 of them, which is not a big deal. Like most of them I'm gonna want to use anyways, but the only one that's a head scratcher is the slurry thing, because I never use slurry. Like that one I'll probably pick it up, pick it up, buy a container of slurry, go out, do a lap, and then once I've done the lap, just put it away and not worry about it ever again. It's useful. For those who don't know, the slurry is a type of fertilizer in the game. It is kind of a nice byproduct you can get from stuff like the pigs and all that. So, like the pigs and cows and all that. So it's good, and in real life it's really useful. But in Farm Sim, I can't remember, it's something like you have to do multiple applications of it to equal one pass of fertilizer. I remember doing it once and being like, this is the same thing as already doing, to ever so slightly reduce my fertilizer costs. And it takes me way more effort as a player. Why would I do this? Which, you know, the answer is because you want to, but it was just one of those things that was a strategic head scratcher. I think it's one of those things that with the, there's an official mod called Precision Farming. I believe Slurry has a lot more use value, whatever you want to call it, if you have that mod. I personally have not run that mod so far, which that one's interesting because it does add more complexity to what you need to deal with so far as managing your fertilizer and all that. But at the same time, while it adds that extra complexity, they do have a lot of benefits that I want to say you can get a bit higher yield out of your field going through the process correctly. And then on top of that, like in the base game, you can do like one pass of fertilizer. You have to do something else before you're allowed to do another pass. I want to say with precision farming, you don't have to do that kind of thing. You can just fertilize your field and be done with it. It's one of those mods that I never really messed with. Like, I've heard good things. Just never got into it myself. It will be funny when we get the next ad. It's like, time to do this field. 2 passes, the whole field's done. Takes me longer to turn it around than to finish the field. We might not have... No, we might not have enough fertilizer. No, we don't have enough fertilizer. Because I'm definitely not halfway through the field, but I am over halfway through the fertilizer we had. That's okay. What I'll do is when we turn around, I'll buy another container of fertilizer. And I'll go run and grab the fertilizer between my next pass. Because while I'm not doing the extra pass to get the full amount of fertilizer, because I would need to either take on debt to buy it or lease it, which honestly probably does make sense to go and take the debt to buy it. Leasing it I don't think makes sense. So let's go down here to You. Solid fertilizer. Buy 1 container. Okay, so we can go down that way, come back, go grab the fertilizer, and finish up the field. Yeah, because if I were to pop in here, we would want to get the fertilizer spreader. I think I'm too far up. No, it's over here. So we get like the little teeny tiny ones here, and that'd be fine. I'd want the one with that. If we did this, buying it outright is 45. Leasing it, it won't tell me. It's gonna be like 3,000-4,000. Maybe not 3,000-4,000. Maybe 2,000. All right. Yeah, so get to the other side of the field, be at like 7% fertilizer left. It was going to be close, but I think I'll be like 2 rows too short. That's fine. Like, all that we definitely will want to get over time. Like, to buy the thing where I can put down the lime, to put down the fertilizer. I debated going into the settings. For those who don't know, if you ever find there's processes in the game you just don't enjoy, let's just say, like, you're like we actually have the field stones turned off. You can be like, I just don't want to deal with the field stones. I didn't turn off periodic plowing required. It is off, though. That's fine. I don't really care. But you can turn all those off if you just don't enjoy dealing with the field stones. Most people I know do turn off the field stones. Not everybody. Oh, wait. Need to get the fertilizer. That's the whole point. I used to run with them on. If you mod, they're not as bad, the field stones, I mean. Because with the mods, you can get stuff that give you better tools to get rid of the field stones. The big gripe I have with field stones is just the fact that your stone picker's this tiny little thing that moves really slowly, and there is no better ones. You can get the rollers for the little ones, and that, that's honestly not bad. Like, that's genuinely not bad. But if you're doing the stuff, I can't remember if it's plowing or the disc harrower or whatever, can draw up medium-sized field stones or whatever, and the roller will not do those. And Painless be like field stones, like, yeah. There's a lot of people rage about the field stones. I ran field stones for a while, but I just got tired of that little thing, just going tick 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 as it's just like picking up all those stones and just bobbles back and forth, going like 6 miles an hour, just going along. It's, I think, ever so slightly wider than the thing I have here. Like, I want to say this thing's probably like what, 4.6 meters, and I want to say like the big field stone picker upper is like 6 meters, so just a little wider on each side. So for a field this size, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't bother me. But then if you get to like that field to the south, that really, really big field back there, doing that thing where you can only go at like a really, really sedate pace, 6 meter wide piece of equipment, and you're like, okay, as far as raw time, what am I doing on this field? Well, the harvesting goes fast, the cultivating goes fast, the fertilizer goes real fast. And then it's time to get the field stones. I'm like, well, that's half an hour of my life just driving around with this little thing going like that. And if you hand it over to the AI charges you by the hour. So it adds up real quick. Let's see, you haven't even played it yourself and not happy about them. Also, also about the great bug where you can soft lock contracts because you couldn't unload the stones. So we actually figured out you can unload the stones. There was so like they give you a trailer and all that, and it just, the UI doesn't really let you know, but you can empty the stones into the trailer directly just by pulling up to it. But it didn't properly communicate to you that you could just like back up the stone thing to that, because like you look at it logic, you have this big tall trailer and you back up this little squatty thing next to it, and you're like, that's not gonna work. But it does work, because it was the same thing where I was like, this is, why is this broken? Why is this way? And then someone had pointed out to me, I'm like, oh, okay, well, they need to communicate that better. The UI didn't make it particularly clear. And then, like, again, from the realism logic side, which I don't really care about, but, like, as far as, like, looking at it, you wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, logically I can put these things together and they work. You're like, how the heck am I supposed to get these stones into this thing? But, you know, magic. Magic, I guess. You just pull your cart up to the edge there, and then your character just picks up stone by stone and chucks it over the top or something. I don't know. Yeah, that said, you can still soft lock some contracts. The cotton is one that's notorious for soft locking. And if you don't know what that's about, when you pick up a cotton, especially if you get like the big round bales, it takes a lot of cotton to make a bale. Like, it's a lot of cotton in each bale. And the problem is when it comes to counting that you've delivered it, you have to have not complete, but you have to have bales big enough that you can get rid of them. And so what'll end up happening is we get to the end of the contract, you'll have harvested the whole field, and you'll drop off, say, like, you got three bales of cotton and then one that's still in the machine that's like 60% done or whatever. And you'll drop off the 3 complete ones. They'll be like, you haven't delivered enough of the cotton. And you're sitting there with, you know, 3/4 of a bale inside your thing. You're like, well, it's in here, but I'm not allowed to kick it out because there's not enough of it done. Like, it's not a finished bale. And so you have to take the loss. And the worst thing about that one is it takes the value of the crop you did not sell back against you. So some of those ones you end up losing like literally tens of thousands of dollars because it's seen as you stealing the crop kind of thing, where you did harvest it, but you didn't complete the mission. And so, like, I usually now won't take cotton harvest contracts unless I can get like 2-3 of them. If we get 2-3 of them, that's no problem, because there's tricks where what you do is you end up stacking them at the same time, so when you're selling it, it kind of double dips on them, so it can mitigate the risk of having the incomplete bale failure thing happen. I understand it can happen with the grass baling as well, but like the money involved's way less severe, and the bales are much smaller, so it's far less likely to be a problem. It's only like when you deal with a really small field that, you know, a singular bale is a measurable percentage of the field. My thought is what they need to do is for the baling contracts, like, I don't know what the cushion is, because whenever you're harvesting, it's something like 20% that you can be short of what the contract expects you to get by like 20% to make up for like inefficiencies and all that might not be the player's fault, which gives you a little extra payday. So my thought is the stuff that has bales involved, like the cotton, instead of maybe 20%, maybe you bounce it to like 35%, something that's like really padded out. Okay, so we are done with that cedar, so we can go ahead and kill that lease. And all we need to do now is we grab the hoe and we do a pass over it to get rid of the ability for weeds to grow in there. And that'll be our barley dealt with for the season. Let's see, or you make it so the baler can take the baler to drop one point, counts what's left. I could see something like that. Like get a partial credit. I think that would be reasonable if you took the baler itself to the sell point even if you didn't kick the item out of the baler, that it would take like whatever was in there and it'd only pay you like 90% of its value or 80% of its value. I honestly don't even think that's necessary. Like I think it'd be totally fine if it gave you the full value or whatever. But like if they really want you to kick it out, that'd be a way of kind of doing a meeting in the middle kind of thing. Or just be more willing to let you kick out incomplete bales. Like, I wouldn't even see that they need to make it smaller. Have it go to whatever the smallest size that you're allowed to kick out, but just its mass is considered lower. So it's, like, less dense or something, even if that maybe doesn't fit reality. You know, you just look at it and be like, oh, that bale's supposed to be 1,000 kilograms or whatever. Well, it was only half finished, so even though it, like, rendered it's the same size, it's actually a 500 kilogram bale. And again, I realize that's not necessarily realistic. But one would assume on a real farm, if you had an incomplete bale, it's not like it's permanently trapped in the machine. You go, well, we need to get that out of there. Nope, can't do it. Sorry, it's only 33% of a bale. It's physically impossible. That bale, stuck in there till next season. Don't worry, though, they last forever until you put them on the shelf. Expiration dates only matter when you package it. That'd be a way to pay you for the actual work done, not allow you fail a higher percentage. Yeah. No, there's definitely a bunch of ways they could resolve it. I honestly think it's just not been a priority because a lot of people don't do those contracts to begin with on any real frequency. And then, like, very genuinely, they do put a lot of their focus on, like, get the next DLC, get the next thing. A lot of the bug fixes, that kind of stuff, do tend to come when a DLC drops. Like, they'll have worked on it between then. It's just the devs don't tend to put out that many they don't put out that many updates that aren't related to like major DLC changes or like whatever. And I think it's a reasonable thing to do. Like, unless it's like a really bad game-breaking bug, I think it's fine to be like, all right, well, this will be our 1.2 update. We're going to time it to come out the same time the DLC comes out. Because it can be when you have a bunch of smaller iterative updates, it can break a bunch of save files constantly. Versus if you do it like just once per season kind of thing, that you're having those updates. Even if it's a much more monolithic update, there is an advantage in the fact that you don't feel like you need to start your save over constantly. Yeah, the con balers around kick out small bales at the end of the field. Yeah, and that's what I figured. Like, just mechanically, they probably just need to make it so we can kick out the bale manually, you know, with a much lower volume. So much smaller partial bales. I think the reason they don't might even be they just don't have an asset for it. They haven't felt the need to make one. All right, so double checking the contracts. Is there anything I feel like I cannot live without? But yeah, so that's like why that one, even though it's a bunch of money, I'm not taking it. Oh, that's actually a carrot contract. That's even worse. The carrot machine looks a little bit No, that's right. The cotton machine squattier. That's right. It's like it's smooshed. So yeah, we're all good there. How is our greenhouses doing? They're fine for now. Okay. So really big, heavy cotton bales are typical in real life too? I believe so. Do they make like the really giant bales, and then they wrap them all up, ship them out to wherever they're going to be processed from being just, you know, loose cotton, well, not loose, being the cotton bale into, you know, cotton balls or fabrics or whatever the end product you're making out of it is. Ooh, okay, so I will stop for a $5,000 a $5,000 hoeing contract. That I'm stopping for. The size of strawberries, but cotton is must be much denser. I believe it is. I could be wrong, but I believe it is. That's a reason why a lot of times when we're playing games like we're playing this stuff with like Ultra and all that, and you've got, you know, super strength, and you're just slinging bales. And there's a chuckle because you're like, yeah, that bale you're slinging over there, you know, it's probably just a nice casual, like 300, 400 pounds. Don't worry. You could definitely pick that up by yourself and chuck it. Not the little rectangular bales. Those are probably, I don't know, I would guess those are 60, 80 pounds. Maybe a little bit more. Still enough that you probably don't want to be doing that all by yourself without some type of back brace or, you know, double lifting or whatever. The tiny ones you can probably do yourself without a big deal. Those are probably 40, 60 pounds. Again, probably want to have a back brace on it just so over the course of day of slinging them around you don't torque something. It only takes one wrong pivot. Double lifting? 2 people. Sorry, I'm probably using the wrong term. Where you get one on each side and they lift together. Around 70 to 80, yeah? You've thrown those. It's not fun. Yeah, no, I've had a number of people pop to. I was like, oh yeah, took a job, like, yeah, team lifting. Thank you. You know, yeah, like a whole lot of people's like, oh yeah, I took a job, follow behind on the thing, just picking the bales up, throwing them on the back of the truck, and pretty much all of them said, yep, it sucked. Dirt and dust everywhere. It had like hard labor. Yeah, no, you're all good. Like I said, I probably just used the wrong terminology entirely. But yeah, team lifting. Because you look at stuff that's 80 pounds and all that kind of stuff. It's really crappy for you because you're allergic to hay. I imagine that's how you found out. Every little cut you get from a piece of hay burns. Yeah, loading hay bales is fun. Yeah, I haven't loaded hay bales. I've definitely been on where we push them around to, like, rearrange stuff. Because, like, I've never worked on a farm. This would be, like, again, like, childhood me. Not even job kind of thing. Just helping out with, I can't remember, it was some kind of event. But, even then, it's not that it, like, cuts up your hands or anything. I mean, I'm willing to bet it can. But it really does poke the heck out of you, and then they're heavy, and there's dust everywhere. Especially all the little slivers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. More of, like, I could absolutely see you getting cut. I didn't run into that. But just, like, all the different little ends. I could see you get, like, a lot of, like, little minor puncture kind of things. Like, not a serious hurt. But, you know, like, just those little teeny tiny little pokes in you. Now, the plant I remember dealing with that sucks, that it's a down, like, I don't know how far north it goes, but it's a down here in Florida kind of thing. We have this plant called sawgrass. It's more like a shrub than actual grass. That stuff sucks. Just straight up sucks. It's got a serrated edge to it. And you'll walk through it, and it won't even be something that you'll think of. And just look at your legs, and it'll be these red lines everywhere that just kind of just really just slice and dice you. None of them are, like, deep, serious cuts. But, you know, you get all those little cuts all over you, and stuff gets into it, and just everything hurts, and it's awful. It's a fairly avoidable thing. But when you're dealing with, like, okay, this is, this is the stuff that, like, you know, it's starting to take over your yard. We need to get back there and like hack this thing down. And you just gotta like, it's like you're out in like 90+ degree weather, and you've got like the big heavy jacket with like your gloves or whatever, just so there's just no exposed skin for that thing to just start slicing and dicing you. That's the reason why whenever you see the a lot of lawn services out here, even though it's hot as all hell outside, they almost all have like long sleeve shirts and all that on. One, to keep the sun off of them so they don't get burned up and roasty toasted, you know, take risk of skin cancer and all that from just getting sunburnt constantly. But also we have, you know, briar and saw palm and sawgrass and all these very little nicks and cuts and pokes type of plants that grow everywhere, so that while they're in there, they don't get some like vine on them and just cut them up or anything like that. So you've done it because your mom's goats. She gets a truck of bales every year. Thankfully, you've located some other helpers, so you haven't had to do it in the last couple of years. Nice. Dusters and leather gloves. I haven't seen them wear full-on dusters, but yeah, no, I definitely see them. They usually have like a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve undershirt. They'll have some type of glove. Usually it's like some fairly heavy gloves, leather gloves, whatever. You know, whether it's jeans or other long pants, some type of sturdy pants. Not so much boots. Like, you'll have sometimes they'll be out there in like the like working boots. Sometimes it's, you know, shoes or whatever. That's not as big a deal. The smarter ones will have some type of protective eyewear. Because I've seen edgers do some terrible things with stones. You want your protective eyewear. OSHA-approved safety sandals? Absolutely. We're dodge tanking. And then they'll usually have like a hat or a bandana or something, and all of that's to keep the sun off. That's nothing to do with the sawgrass or anything. It's just when you're out there in the sun all day, like getting severe sunburns on a regular basis, it can be really bad for you. Like, one, on all sorts of health risk, but two, it'll make your skin all leathery. I've definitely known a number of people who, like, especially old timers who really like to go out fishing, but when, you know, would go out without hats or anything like that, that their skin has gone really leathery from just how much time they've spent in the sun. They look properly pruned. That to me sounds like no fun at all. I cannot stand the heat. You put me in an igloo, I can be absolutely happy. It's like minus something outside, that's fine. Is it cold? Sure, I'm not gonna say it's not. But like I can handle that with like some you know, having the proper clothes or whatever. When you get outside, it's like, what's the temperature? Oh yeah, it's like 102. What's the humidity? 80%. It's like, screw everything about this. There isn't an amount of clothes that can make this better. You get down to a bathing suit and say the law says I can't take this any farther, and I'm dying of sweat. Well, yeah, I live in Central Florida because of work things. Primarily, like, Toom and her role, if we leave this area, she has to take a very significant career step back. So, it's kind of one of those things that, while she has a really, really cool job, it's also one of those jobs that there's, like, all of 4 or 5 areas in the entire U.S. that even have jobs for that. And there's very little that she has comparable opportunity at. So it kind of does trap us here. It's also an industry that, when people get into it, they tend to stay in it for like 30 years. It is not a high mobility industry. People get their job and they just stay there. Which is weird for me as someone who has come from a background of software dev, where it's a little different now, but historically in software dev, if someone stayed in the same role for like more than, say, like 3-4 years, people start being like, are they can they not find a better gig? Like, what's going on here? Like, why hasn't Jerry got himself a different job yet? Yeah, it's fine. We'll keep going. Which it's a bit better now, but yeah, no, it's because there's always one of those things, especially in software dev, that you could stick with your job, and you'd get a 2-3% raise at most companies. If you really had a good company, maybe 5 to 7% raise, or you could switch a job and get like a 20 to 200% raise. And so it was seen as just, yeah, you could stay in your job, but you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot doing it. When you retire, you're moving to Alaska? I'm under the impression that living in Alaska, unless you're like truly living off the land, is not actually that cheap because I have to import everything. And that for a lot of the people who do want to like live out in the mountain and the hills, then a lot of that's protected wildlife area and you can't move out there anymore. That's the impression I am led to believe. Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot they had like a credit. Already have the land and a plan. Nice. I personally happen to really like having stuff like really good internet and that kind of stuff. And my understanding is a little cabin in the woods or living in Anchorage. It's just not an option. I also like being able to go out and eat a whole bunch of different varieties of food and all that, and I feel like that would be another thing that would be a big miss in a place like that. The SAT internet will be finished in just a few years. Yeah, but it's still SAT internet. Like, even if they get the throughput on satellite internet is notorious for having very bad latency. It's the pros and cons. I used to have to deal with a lot of these things that's like, oh, we want to do this internet or that internet. It's like, okay, well, satellite internet has the widest availability. Generally, the connection speeds, well, not the worst, were pretty bad, but the latency was pretty bad. Your stream streak is gone? I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see, there are places in Alaska that are actually quite balmy because the West Coast weather is rather mild. Yeah, the West Coast US is mild weather. It's usually cooler weather, but mild. Like, it wouldn't go full on cold. Like, you go to a lot of like California and all that, and it'll surprise you a lot of times you're out there and it's upper 60 to lower 70s compared to the like along the coasts a lot, because it is a, you know, Arctic down to equator flow of water. D&D ran toll, 130 past, but after that? Also, satellite internet is quite low upload. Yeah. Pros and cons. Like, I know there's lots of people who, like, that's the kind of the thing. Different people have different preferences. I know a number of people who love living a far more rural life. A lot of the people I grew up with, it's not like an even split, but there is a significant measurable percentage of the people I went to high school with who, after high school, as time went on, did move out into, like, you know, really either like full-on rural areas, like where it's, you know, your next neighbor is quarter to half a mile away kind of thing, or they went to like somewhat rural where it's a little suburbia, but it's very, very large gaps between your houses kind of suburbia, so not like really stacked in close or anything, you know, where you might have a yard that's several acres or whatever. But, you know, again, you're away from any major city. even minor cities, you got a pretty good trek. And I can see the appeal for that. It's not something I would personally want, but like not even having to worry about what the heck your neighbor's up to because they're so far away does have a bunch of appeal, because I'm definitely the kind of person who's mind my own business, but at the same time, if my neighbor's tree is dumping its garbage all over my yard because they're not taking care of it, I'm not gonna say I don't get upset about that, because I'm like, hey man, I don't want to do all this crap. This is your tree. Like, it's one thing if it's just like siege wood are falling in my yard. I'm talking about like, you'll have like a palm tree, for example. And for those who don't know what the palm tree, those big chunks of palm fall down, the wind catches it, blows it into the neighbor's yard. And if I'm that neighbor, I get pretty annoyed by that. Because I'm like, hey, this isn't even my tree. Come on, man. Clean your garbage up. Like, I understand when it's blown to my yard and you haven't had a chance to do about it. Like, that doesn't bother me. When I see you out there doing all your yard work and you can plainly see your tree has dumped a bunch of garbage in my yard and you don't tidy up, look, be neighborly. You love to have access to more varied restaurants, stores like in town, but living too close to your neighbors feels wrong. You grew up in a house with a 10-acre parcel. Even having ones relatively close, to me, feels weird. Yeah, I can totally get that. Oh yeah, and like I said, I can see the appeal. Like I like, even though it's not for me, it's like I can look and go, I understand why people like that. Versus like for me, I've gone back and forth. Like right now where I'm at is bordering suburbia. And I don't like, you know, there's a lot of things I don't like about suburbia. I don't like about the fact that, like, if I want to go to a restaurant, I gotta go basically a mile because your neighborhoods are all, like, windy back there, and there's no mixed zoning and all that kind of stuff, that there is just no walking to the local restaurant on a practical thing. Not during the summer when it's, you know, 90-something degrees outside and humid as all get out. I don't like that part. I don't mind the style of houses in suburbia where you got like a little bit of yard, but I'm also someone who, the less yard, honestly, the happier I am, because I don't want to deal with it. Like, I don't have to break out the mower and maintain it. That's just an expense and a chore to me. And some people love doing that, and that's totally fine. So me, if I can get like the little strip of yard in the front, there's a reason I had a patio put in the backyard that took over like 70% of the yard, because then I don't have to mow pavers. But yeah, so like these days, honestly, like the walkable cities, it's a thing I've really mixed. There's so much I love about it, having the food right there. You can just leave your apartment, condo, whatever, go downstairs, the restaurants are right there. You know, you go across the street, and that's like the local bar having like their Halloween event or whatever, and that's all perks. You do have the negative of there's generally going to be way more noise pollution, which certainly is a negative. And I know people worry about, it's like, well, you have no privacy. I'm like, yeah, you do. Close your blinds. But I also understand that that's way too dense for some people's preferences, which is, again, why we all don't live in the same places. But man, to not have to go, oh, I want to go someplace, let me go get my car, do all this stuff, you know, make sure all that, just be able to walk out my front door and be like, yep, I'm going to the library, yep, going to not the library, I haven't been to the library in ages, but, you know, yep, I want to go to like the Mexican place, just gonna walk up the road, yep, gonna go over there, grab myself a sub, yep, gonna go over there, grab myself a drink, movie theater's just up the road, like that kind of thing. That sounds amazing. I've gone to stay in some of those for a couple weeks at a time, which is definitely different from actually living it. Like, I acknowledge this. But there are, like they said, there's also definitely times where it's like, well, no, but I want my own property. Like, Not that I'm sharing a building with our people. I don't want to worry about up and downstairs neighbors. Okay. So I've got you sorted. Next month we sell our barley. Because the owning a car ended up not making sense for you. Was only using it once or twice a month. Yeah, that's the what's the giant building with everything in it called? Arcology? Archaeology or whatever? Oh, you mean like the one they had at was it SimCity 2000 or something back in the day where you got like the super building or whatever and it was like the everything building? But yeah, and that's the other thing. Like cars are honestly surprisingly expensive. Like a lot of people just get caught up by the car payment side of things, which is certainly a major factor. But even just considering stuff like car insurance and all that, having a car and just literally, even if you don't drive it, just literally just having, you know, having your plates and your tags and having it insured and all that kind of stuff, even if it sits and does not move from your lot, it'll still run you, maybe not thousands of dollars, it'll still run you, you know, quite a few $100s to just sit there. You know, probably, actually, no, it would be reasonably like $1,500, $2,000 a year. And not to mention, if you're someplace you have to pay for parking or whatever, it could get super cost prohibitive real fast. I need to check where I can sell this for the most because it varies year to year. And this isn't me being like cars bad or anything like that. Grain mill. It's not me trying to be like cars bad. It's just one of those things that if I could live in an area where I didn't need to have a car, I honestly feel like I'd start leaning towards the, well, then I won't have one kind of thing. Which is weird, because young me was like, no, you don't understand. Like, I need to be able to travel. I need my car. But that's kind of just because I'm used to living in most, like, U.S.-style cities where, pragmatically, you need a car. You just cannot get around without a car in the U.S. in most places. So you will admit, when you were living in an apartment in one of the tiny towns around, it was nice. You were across the street from the library, and to take big pizza next door. But also the apartment, someone stole the screen off your apartment window, presumably put it on theirs. And you didn't know it until you opened the window so your cat could enjoy it, and she jumped out. Yeah, there's definitely... I spent a lot of time in apartments. Like, when I first moved out, you know, as an apartment, like my entirety of college, I was in apartments and all that. And there's definitely a lot of cons. As you live in a big city, you can't imagine living in a place with no good public transit now. Yeah, I get jealous when I travel different places that have much better public transit, because our public transit in Florida is terrible. We're starting to get some trains and all that going on now, but it's been a long time coming to get to that point. And even then, they have pretty bad schedules and limitations and all that make it very hard to use. But then when I travel to places like Portland, Oregon, or New York City, or almost everywhere I've been in the European Union and all that, we're just like, oh, I need to go to Portland. Let me just land at the airport. Okay, hop on the light rail. All right, well, now I'm directly in downtown Portland, right by the convention center and everything. Oh, you want to go to, like, this other suburbia city, you know, several miles out the way? No problem. Hop on the light rail. Now you're in Hillsboro. And it goes, like, right through the center of town and everything. It was like, oh, my God, this is amazing. Like, it doesn't go to every city, obviously. But for so many of these places, it's like, yeah, just pop on the light rail. Costs next to nothing to do it. It's real dirt cheap. You get on, you ride over. I was doing that every day I was out there for a good long while. Good couple weeks. Yeah, a bunch of people's like, you just haven't dealt with all the weird people. I was like, nah, I had a weird lady who was yelling at herself. Aha! I forgot what she was yelling about. It was something like everyone was kind of like you know, giving the side glances to each other on this, like, do we need to intervene on this lady? Um, and she was like, I will F you because this is America and I can do what I want. And it's like, I don't think that's how it works. I didn't say this obviously to her because I'm just like, yeah, let's just leave her alone. She's got something going on. It's like, it's not exactly how it works. Being in the US does not mean we can literally do whatever the hell we want without any consideration of any circumstances. It's not exactly right. You can't trash someone's car. Yeah, no, I have no, like, see, that's the thing. It could be drugs. It could be someone who's having a mental health crisis. There's no way we can know. Like, I didn't see any of the obvious things where, you know, like the person's got the shakes, or like the very, very obvious, like, oh man, this person's on PCP, or oh man, this person's, you know, like, they're super high. She didn't stink of like something or anything like that. Who knows? Like, it could even be the opposite, that she had something that she needed medication to manage, and being that she was clearly not doing too well, wasn't getting it. Like, we have no way to guess what the circumstances were. But it was definitely one of those things you're like, oh, this person's going through it. You also should get by without a car. It takes you about 40 minutes to get to work by car. Public transit takes an hour and a half. That was where I'm at now, in one of my previous offices, is they did build a train station not too far from me. I'm not going to specify the exact amount, but you know, it was relatively close. I'm like, okay, I could reasonably like ride a bike over there, or even if I just had to drive like the 2 minutes to get 5 minutes to get over there, like, you know, drive there, park there for the day or whatever. And it was like, okay, when they opened that, where I was working at the time, again, it was a little bit of a hike from the train station on the other side. But it's like, okay, realistically, you know, I could ride or walk, and it wouldn't be more than like a mile and a half, you know, cumulatively between both ends per day. That's really not that bad. And with all that, I would be able to get all right, so I don't need to do anything here. We don't have any big contracts. And hey, Draconic, thank you so much for the 75 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But unfortunately, that particular train station didn't open until after the company I'd worked for closed the local office, and we all went remote. And so, like, then there was not a need for me to do that. And at the time, the trains here, they only ran, like, just barely beyond working hours, which was so incredibly annoying, because it's like, it would be great to hop on that train to, you know, be able to go to these nicer parts, like these nicer areas that you could go down and have like a date night or whatever, so you could hop on the train, ride up to the bougie artsy part of like Central Florida, go have yourself like a really nice meal, you know, just have a date night. You could have a bunch of drinks and not have to worry about driving home or anything. Not that me and Tomb do that a lot, but you get the idea. Like, it'd be nice to do that, but they're like, okay, train shuts down at 7 p.m. You're like, shuts down at 7? What? All right, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. I'm going to be right back. So thank you again for tuning in.
Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? One prisoner is rioting.
Oh. Well. I blinked.
Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time... Alright, sorry about that. Side note, just because there was a Coral Island clip, I heard it when I was stepping away to quickly use the restroom. They did announce the next 2 updates coming for Coral Island, which for those who don't know Coral Island, if you like Stardew Valley, same general idea, tropical paradise, really, really good. Like very, very genuinely adds a lot to the genre. Really, really highly recommend. But they've got the first half of this year, the update coming out where they're adding the Halloween costumes, they're reworking romancing in the game to be a lot more authentic so it doesn't suffer from the same kind of thing that all of those kind of games do where, you know, you walk up to the person you want to romance and be like, oh, you like amethyst? Oh, you know what you're getting for the rest of your life every single day? You're getting an amethyst. That literally your interaction is, up, it's the next day of the week, time for your daily amethyst. And that apparently that is the secret to unlocking a healthy marriage in those games, is just to bury the person in something they like until they marry you, and then cease to do that ever again because there's no longer progression to it. Healthy basis for a marriage. But so they've got it where like they'll have like little date night kind of things that happen. Everything's like, okay, that's cool. All right, so June is harvest. And like some of them will actually be initiated by the other person too, that they'll have like little cinematics and all that. Stardew Harvest Moon likes where gifting becomes the threat. Yep. But so they've got a whole bunch of that, and they already had like the things that you could be like, hey, person, do you want to go out? And then you could choose a location to go out to. And we're no longer in debt. This $694, that's my $694. I owe it to nobody. I do want it. Well, all right. Because if I get this, then I can get the bigger water tank, and that just takes care of it. So this is something that we will want in the end game. I don't really care about any of these other upgrades. Oh, no license plate. Wait, can I not hide the license plate? There we go. There we go. Because we're getting that half off. Oh, right. New York City Subway has a lot of issues, but still having it 20% subway access is amazing. With a few cities and worlds, it doesn't. Oh yeah, no, that was like obviously I was a tourist, and I did go kind of out into the fringes a couple of times, but like I didn't deal with it every day. But it was definitely one of those things that going to like the New York City subway, for as much horror stories as I had, not from anyone who lived in New York. I've never had people who actually lived in New York really badmouth the subway on a real level. They would kind of give me about what you did there, where it's like, oh yeah, there's stuff, but you know, it's pretty fantastic, is usually the sentiment I get. All right, so we're gonna need to borrow one more. And repay it. Okay. But with that, the next time I need to top off the water, what I'll probably do is sell the trailer I've got right now and get the big water trailer. Let's also check. Do I need to do that now? Not now, but soon. Don't care about any of those. That's actually not a bad contract, but I'm going to choose to ignore it. But yeah, like, I really appreciate the subway. I like having access to transportation that isn't me driving everywhere. Especially when you start getting into cities. Like, once you get into, like, cities proper, half the time it's like, just going a couple blocks can be just a frustrating experience with traffic. Versus then you just, you know, you hop on this, like, rail or light rail or subway or whatever, and you just blast over there. You know, and yeah, you gotta deal with, like, little ticket things and whatever. But it's so much less of a hassle than getting stuck in traffic. Okay, bunch more stuff I don't care about. I mean, some of those tractors aren't bad, but I'm trying to hold off on that kind of spending. Okay, so very soon I'm going to need to deal with that. Okay, if we go to get the big trailer, because that's the reason I bought that, is this trailer here. Ah, man, I forgot your 90,000, like 90,000. But this thing will fill those up all in one go. That's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, the instances are fairly rare as far as personally witnessing them in your experience. You'll run into the odd weirdo or homeless person, but it's fairly safe statistically. Yeah. Well, and usually most of the people who, like, they're going through their crisis and all that, it's not like they're violent or whatever. It's just like, oh, this person's having a rough time, rough day, whatever you want to say. They're not a real threat to you or anything. They're just like, oh, they're just going through it. Like, very genuinely, if you're talking, like, actual risks, you know, we are comfortable driving cars and all that kind of stuff. And then really, when it comes to the activities you do in your daily life, honestly, driving is one of the most dangerous things you do. Just, like, raw statistically speaking, the sheer number of car accidents people get into. And, you know, you're hurtling a ton of metal down the road. There's a lot of physics involved. And the human body really does not like having lots of physics involved. The human body is very, very team no physics, please. Did I not sell the... Oh, we did. Okay. For a moment there, I thought I forgot to sell the goods. Okay. So with that, it's payday. But, like, you look, because, I mean, I can't imagine anyone here doesn't know someone who has either died or gotten seriously injured in a car accident. Like, it's a very common thing. Like, it's, you know, unfortunately. So it is one of those things that, like, where people get up in arms are like, oh, but on public transportation, you could run to someone dangerous. Like, you know what? Every time I jump in my car, I'm running to someone dangerous. Car accident's how you broke your spine. Yeah, car accident's how I messed up my ankle. Wasn't even the driver or anything. It's just... it's a dangerous thing. The numbers get big. Okay, so one thing we can do is we can sell back our existing water container. That one. We could sell that back. So that's going to take a little bit out of it. But we are going to be incurring some more debt. Considerable amount. Because I need to take that up to 90. Unless we got lucky in a sale in the 2 seconds, which we did not. I'm definitely painting that orange. That's fine. And license plate? No license plate. Alright. Got super lucky with the brake that you didn't have any nerve damage. It'd been so bad. It was lower cervic, neck, and upper thoracic torso. Gotcha. Could have been a quadriplegic, easy. Yeah, no, it's just... and it can be something that, like, you didn't do anything wrong at all. Like, you were driving and someone blows a stop sign or a light or whatever. Like, I will say, the once or twice in my life that I was like, oh, so this is how I die, have all been involved in cars. that, you know, like, you have a brake failure or whatever going into a busy intersection, like, all right, well, I guess this is just it. Like, I'm gonna do what I can to try and survive, but statistically speaking, the thing, a bit like people are afraid of flying, you're much more likely to get into a car accident. Yep. But it's hard with a lot of those fears. It's hard to step back, you know, do the rational thing and go, okay, but if I'm looking at the raw statistics, my chances per instance, my chances per capita, or cumulative chances, like, this activity is more dangerous. If it's something that feels normal, that kind of thing, there's definitely a pressure there. And Rual is playing SnowRunner. I might have to put the, I guess we're upgrading the truck. It can get a bigger engine. I hadn't run into a situation where I had a trailer I could put on a truck that the truck couldn't handle it in this particular game. Very clearly, that, though, is a problem. So I guess we'll take a little bit more money. Hey, we were debt-free for a few seconds. But the good news with that trailer is, like I said, once... You don't like how in this game, it's pretty guesswork to know what fits with what? Yeah, no, there's definitely some UI places that they could certainly do more with the game. To make it way, way better. Alright, so let's go here. Not here. How much does it cost for the engine upgrade? So, for 10,000, we get 30 horsepower. For 26,000, we get almost 60 horsepower. You know what? This displeases me. But it is what it is. Let's just get it sorted. Be done with it. I'm looking at this as being an end game purchase. It's part of the reason I'm willing to be a bit spendier. Because I can get the big crop trailer on it. And that'll work on it. We can get the big, like, water container. And so this will be our thing for hauling our goods. We'll end up getting, like, a flat trailer or whatever. But see, it can be difficult to contextualize things based on stats. Especially when you may be engaging with someone close to a particular issue. You just look like a jerk going about stats and all that. Yeah, no, I understand that. Like, even outside that kind of thing where someone's had, like, a traumatic experience or something. Like, there's people who, for whatever reason, just flying is not something they're comfortable with. You're a 500 horsepower engine. This should not be a problem. There we go. I think I just need to be careful that when I'm doing this, maybe just, instead of following the road, just back the very edge of the trailer into it. I'm a little worried about trying to get up here, that this might be a problem. I'd be really sad if this truck is just not up to the task. I'll have to figure it out. Because that's the first time I've run into that where it just didn't seem to have the strength to do it. And since they already got rid of our other trailer, it's just kind of one of those ones like, well, crap. Could you put the arm up, please? I know you're trying to turn around to start the next row. I would like you to put your arm out first. I'm just going to have to take it over. And the reason I have to take it over is it's going to get into that row, and it's going to stick its arm out over the crop. And I have crop destruction on, so I have to trample the crop to do it. Or just take control like I'm doing right now. Alright. The good news is at least this is another $10,000-$14,000 worth of crop that we're getting right now. So while we did spend a lot in this in-game day, we are going to be getting our stuff. Let's check what truck I did get. So we got the Mac Anthem 6x4. What are the other trucks? So that's you. You're up to 505. That's 505. That one's a bit more. Those are all 500. Yeah, so other than these two Volvos, that is the strongest truck. I can't imagine they have a trailer that you just cannot realistically drag around. It wouldn't be so bad if I was able to, like, dump some of the water out to make this lighter. Reminder, water's heavy. Yeah, let's drop this off real fast. Yeah, no, it did. That's what I was trying to do, the pick up, set down thing. I was hoping to, like, pick it up and just tweak it forward. And it hasn't been letting me level out that ground more than I already have, which is a problem. Let's see. Silly question. Have you been scammed or is your stream streak didn't pop? Sometimes it takes a while to show up. Hey, Luke, how's it going? Trying to pull as much forward doing this. Let's try it from the other side. Unless I can get it to fill up not quite as close. Let's go along this edge, maybe. Can I get up? Okay, so we just don't even go up the ramp. We just go along the edge here. Alright. Is there a great chill streamer? Well, thank you. I think it'd take a good 20-30 minutes for stream checks. Yeah. So yeah, so instead of like 5-6 laps with the other one, this will be 2 for all of it. And that's with those being basically fully emptied. Which also means I'll be sitting there full, so next time I can just go up, hit the button to start emptying it out. Let's try to not go all the way over into this groove. And see how much you can do. This also is able to carrying stuff like milk and all that when we get the cows and a bunch of the other stuff, fertilizer, what have you. Okay. Here we see a highway truck in its natural habitat drinking from a pond. Yep. All right. Just a casual 32,000 gallons, which is enough that 2 loads fills up all the greenhouses from empty all the way up, and then still having like almost 20,000 to spare. Yeah, sometimes you just need a little sippy sip. Okay, that one's filled. Okay. And now I just dropped this off, and we've got the barley done. Okay. And then that's this season's harvesting. We can go ahead and score a little bit more cash just by, you know, advancing things. We got those 2 sorted out. But yeah, so what'll happen eventually is I'll get rid of that trailer and get the trailer for the semi as well. And then my semi becomes my vehicle for transporting anything I need, whether it's, you know, like transporting the water, transporting, you know, the things of fertilizer, the things of seeds, or crops to sell, yada yada, you get the idea. Alright, so with that, any contracts I'm going to worry about? Not really on the baling. Nope. Nothing to look at here. Alright, so the good news is that did work out. We just got to watch a little bit on the semi. When we buy the next plane of land, I just need to make it a lot more of a gradual slope versus the kind of situation we've got with it now. So that way the semi can just ease up and over and not beach on it. It's also, I could go the other way and lower the ground up to that spigot point just to not have to deal with. That's a good tractor. So we need to replant these in September. Yes. September. We don't want to worry about any of that. Repaying our loan. Which we're back to basically exactly where we started the stream so far as the loans go. The difference is I have a greenhouse and I have a semi with a trailer now that I didn't have before. So, well, like, money-wise, it feels like no progress has been made. It really has. Our big thing there. No contracts we care about. And then we plant tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm trying to focus on our own stuff. We've been doing way, way, way fewer contracts. When we get the the next hat will end up needing to do some extra contracts to justify its price. But it should be able to do them way faster than we can do in our little tractor. I'm low-key hoping we can kind of just stop using the tractor entirely when we get the next hat. Like, start getting it all equipped. Yeah, because a field like that with the next hat would be easy money. Because it'd just do that in a couple of passes and be done. That one we're doing. $4,000 hoeing contract. Does the other one happen to be close to it? Relatively, I think that was the one there. So we're going to do the contract, and then it's time for me to plant my own crops. I'm on the wrong side. Let's take care of our own field first. We can do our field real quick. Alright. And while it's doing that one, we will need to go back to our seeders again. Grab you, customize, add the fertilizer thing, lease it. Yep. Because we could use that to plant our barley again. I don't care about these ones. Alright. I wonder if there's any place the game tells you where the maximum you can borrow without actually having to go through and start borrowing it is. Because it won't be here, I don't think. I don't think it will tell you. I think you literally just have to borrow. Because it would be curious if I could borrow enough to just buy the next hat. It wouldn't do anything, though, till I have a header, though, so it still probably wouldn't be worth it. Alright. I need to touch up that very edge. That's, I'm definitely looking forward to when we've got that equipment and I can start going and, like, merging these fields and just having the next set just cruise on over it. That way we can use that to help us get the money for a bunch of our production lines and the animals and all that stuff. It'll take fields 42, 43, 45, 46, and 47, make that into one big thing. I will probably have enough space on that side to put down something. If I can catch the trailer on a discount, then it might be worth me getting this, like, getting the chickens on line as well. Because how much is the big chicken coop? I'm definitely not able to do it right now. 79,000. But what I could then do is put, like, the big chicken coop, just drop a couple chickens in there and just let them start populating. So that way get the 20 chickens I need, so far as the 20 animals. They'll start producing large numbers of eggs. We get the trailer that lets me carry the pallets. And that would allow me to then start making extra money from that too. Alright, get that spot we missed. All right. But yeah, so that's a big part of like Farm Sim's progression. So you'll notice each like year or so, I'm getting like one more piece of equipment, one more thing, all of which lets me make a little bit money a little bit more efficiently, whether that's in real life time or in in-game time or whatever. And it just kind of keeps building up more and more and more until you're sitting there going, all right, a day's passed, there's $50,000. But early game is a little bit slow, mostly because your equipment's small. It can't do a whole lot at one time. But that's where the feeling of progression comes, is one, watching your farm grow, and two, having your equipment gradually get better and better. Because that's a tiny little plow. If I wanted to start merging fields, I could do it, but then I gotta buy the fields, and that's gonna be a pretty big loan, and I don't think that makes sense right now. Because without getting better equipment, I get the same kind of money per time when it comes to my farming. I just spend more time on it. But, like, the ratio remains the same. Okay. Looks like 2 more passes, and then this will be done with this. Then we put down the seed, then we do the pass of the hoe. I've got those 2 other fields that are going to score me an extra $7,000-$8,000 for doing real fast passes with the hoe. And that'll be really good there. It'll also be interesting to remove all these lanes in between to do the fields in as well, just because. All right. Yep, and then we'll have to do 1 more pass to get that last stripe. Then we get the seeds down. It'll also be nice when we get the next ad going, because then I get the next ad working on one thing, we can run around with the tractor here and have them going on stuff. Or even then, once we get stuff like the chickens going and that, you know, I can put the AI in charge of stuff where they're just driving up and down the field taking care of it while I go and deliver products to sell and all that. That's kind of the nice thing as you get later and later in the game. The tasks you don't want to do, but you need to do, you can assign more and more of that to your workers. And then the stuff you do want to do, you can spend more of your time doing those things. There we go. So, like, if you just really don't enjoy the stone picker, you could hand it over to the AI and say it's your job to stone pick. All right. Can the AI do all jobs now except for log cutting? It can do most jobs. There are a very few number of jobs that it struggles with. The logs it definitely can't do. But generally speaking, with Farm Sim 22, the AI really couldn't do a lot of jobs. With Farm Sim 25, I generally found it was able to do just about any job I threw at it that was supported. Again, specifically, it couldn't do the logging because it's just not able to do that. I did also find that there were 1 or 2 jobs that were bugged at the beginning where the AI didn't recognize it was a job that could be done. So it'd be like, no field, I don't know what to do. I'm pretty sure that got resolved pretty early on, though. And it was usually like 1 or 2 specific type of like contract jobs, like mow the grass or whatever, that the AI was just like, well, I don't know. Okay. So we need to switch you back over to barley, because that's what we're planting in our field. All right. On the Asian map, 1/4 of the fields, yeah, it wouldn't work. I did the Asian map. There was 1 or 2 fields that they didn't work at, yeah. There was definitely not that many, but there was a couple of fields that the AI just couldn't handle. Like for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure they fixed that though. Like there was like I can't remember. There's like 1 or 2 of the farms on the east end of the map that the AI struggled with. Which way I say struggled with is you'd assign it, be like, could not find field, and it would just cancel. Yeah, no, towards the end I definitely didn't have that many problems. But, you know, as you go, you need to do less and less in the way of contracts. You do more and more of your own work. Getting our barley put back down again. Okay. But the point still being, ultimately, that most of the time, you can just, like, if I didn't want to do this, I could hand this over to the AI and go work on something else. Early game, you just don't have enough tasks that need doing at the same time. But later on, you can do a lot more of it. To let you split it up a lot more. You can focus on what you want. It's also good that, like, when you just... You'll get to the point in the game that, say, you know, we're looking at the map, and I own, like, all these farms or something at that point. You doing them all yourself, you can, but you end up having to, like, really, really slow down the in-game time, because it's just so much to be done. So ultimately what you do instead is you'll, like, assign the AI to handle this one, you go work on those ones, that kind of thing, to split up the load. It can be a bit tricky. It is one of the things with Farm Sim that's kind of an interesting thing to run into, that the amount of effort it takes to get through a day increases as your farm grows, but at the same time, the amount of money you make per day increases as your farm grows. Oh, we must have just sold something from the greenhouse. Like, wait, how did I get more money? We can go down here, repay, knocking those loans down. I figure once we get our loans paid down, if we haven't had a chance to get the next at by then, have it show up or whatever, that maybe we start trying to get the chickens down. So you didn't do much farming in the game because buying all the stuff to harvest and plant just one crop was so costly, so you could only afford to lumberyard and using contracts to supply that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is there is a lot of cost. If you're running any type of challenge run or anything that you restrict yourself, that it's really hard to get things off the ground. On the other hand, don't forget you can lease stuff in the game. Now, generally speaking, the larger a field is, the more practical it is to lease stuff. If I'm doing a really tiny field like the one I'm on right now, and I'm leasing all of my equipment for it, like, It's not that I necessarily won't make money, that kind of depends on my difficulty settings, but there's a good chance it's going to eat most of the money I would make just paying for all the leases. But if we do take like a loan and I grab, you know, these like couple of these fields right here, and then I do nothing but lease all the equipment to work on it, that can actually work out pretty well as long as you're doing like not necessarily one crop, but where I need the same equipment for all of them, so I don't have to lease like lots and lots of stuff. And then you can work on all those fields, get your like $50,000-$60,000 out of all those fields. You know, you burn maybe 10,000 of it on the leases and all that, and then use that 30,000 that one piece of equipment you're leasing. Well, now you cancel the lease and you buy it, and that cuts down, you know, how much it's eating into your profit, a couple of $1,000s a year, and you repeat that. That's the way you usually set up a bunch of these. And it's worth looking into when you start out early, like what you can get going for the cheapest. Because there's definitely some crops in this game that, as far as like the amount of money you get per amount of area, are not good. But then also the amount of equipment / cost of equipment it takes to set up are relatively inexpensive. So you can just get those set up and running right away. Because when you're looking at a lot of the crops, you know, you look at like doing the wheat and all that. Even getting to like the cheapest harvester, you're still in it for, you know, 130,000 for the harvester, and then you got the seeder and then all that kind of stuff. Versus at the same time, if you get into the rice, it's 100,000 for that thing and 25 for that thing. So like that's kind of become one of the, like, you're starting your run. So stuff like doing like grass and silage and that kind of stuff can be a really good early game choice. Rice can be a relatively inexpensive early game choice compared to a lot of things, because again, you're talking a bit over 100,000, which you start with 100,000 on the basic difficulty of the game. So it wouldn't be that many contracts to save up to then buy it, and then you put down the rice field, which I remember being fairly inexpensive. You know, it's not the most lucrative contract or lucrative crop, but it does pretty well. Like grass and hayment, you can do that too. Just buy a plot of land, and the attachment for the lawnmower. Like you can get like the tiniest little tractor for like, you know, $30,000-$40,000. Put the grass or the mower attachment on the front for like another $4,000 or $5,000, and then get the foraging wagon or a baler or whatever for the back, and that'll run you, you know, 30,000 or something like that. So that's not too bad to set up, and that gives you another income. You can also do like what we did here, where I set up my greenhouses, where I just had to bring water for it, and it gives me a little bit of money every month. But that's the whole thing. The beginning of the game is the slow part, where you just don't have the means to do all the things you want to do. But then each additional piece of equipment you get, you make more money that much faster. Until you get to the point where you're buying stuff just to buy stuff. You buy that second big tractor because, you know, the first big tractor might be busy. So I'll do the second big tractor for when the first big tractor's busy, I can send it to do something else. And if you do find the beginning of the game slow, just give yourself more money. Set your economy settings to easier. Do what you gotta do to make the game fun for yourself. That said, like the grass and silage can be very lucrative. It's not as strong as it was in Farm Sim 22. It's still strong though. Or like for doing all the lumberjacking, spending the money to get a sawmill so that you drag the logs into the sawmill and then it spits out the stuff on the other side. And generally speaking, it varies a bit, but kind of the way to think of it is for every additional production line you put between your raw material and that final product you sell, each step usually gives you somewhere in the area of about 1.5 times the amount of money. So you put $1,000 worth of wood into it, you expect to get, 1,500 out. I think actually the sawmill is considerably better on that one, but I could be wrong. But the point being, production lines are one of the big things that make you money in this game. Which is actually one thing I'm kind of slacking on in this run. I could put there's the preserves production line thing. I could have it shipping all the stuff for the greenhouse that goes in there, start making kimchi and all that for extra cash. Wouldn't even be a bad idea. But I'd probably want to get the trailer for that. To like be able to haul that all over. Selling stuff when it's at the peak price is also another major consideration that a lot of people don't do. Like for example, this barley I keep harvesting. You've probably noticed I don't just sell it when I harvest it. I toss it in the silo till winter because it's worth that much more during the winter. So if I sold it right as I harvested, I'd get the absolute worst price. So I'd lose like 30+% of my potential profit from it. Which isn't a big deal on easy difficulty, and it's still worth considering on normal. On hard difficulty, you usually gotta do a bunch of that stuff early to mid-game. Or you'll literally lose money. Alright, looks like you probably have 3 more passes. You prefer to buy high, sell low. Keeps the struggle interesting. I mean, you can do that. I could see someone just making another mod that's like even worse economy. I think even on the hardest difficulty, it doesn't turn the all the economy settings to their hardest. Because there's that's one of the pluses and minuses with the hard economy in the game. There's some of the stuff like just the things not paying as well I think are perfectly reasonable. And then there's stuff like the speed at which your stuff wears out. That's like, okay, hang on. I'd rather, like, I'm okay with the dollar per use time ratio. I think that's fine for the hard difficulty. It just gets annoying about constantly going back and repairing. Like, you'll go to harvest a field and need to stop partway through the field to repair your thing to not take penalties. It's like, all right, maybe tone that down a little bit. Like I'm down for the same amount of goods I'm getting versus cost to repair, but maybe make it take a little bit longer to need that repair, but be more expensive when it does. All right, we'll have one more row after this. And then we just got to do the hoe on this field and those 2 ones I took the contracts for. That'll give me another like $6,000, and then this will be planted in already. That, because you can just make the cost of repair higher. Going back and forth is just boring enough fun. That's exactly what it's saying, Snoozer. It's just basically saying, hey, just make it take longer for the vehicle to get damaged, but increase the price of repair proportionally. So same frequency of repair as you would have on the easier difficulties, but higher cost, which it does have a higher cost. But like the combination of the two, it's just like, okay, but no, really. All right. So last pass for the barley in this field. And then we'll kick out the seed and the fertilizer over by where we have it, return the seeder. Then I need to hoe the 3 fields. And then there'll probably be that for this in-game day. I keep wanting the next ad to show up. I'm trying to will it into existence, chat. You didn't want to play farming equipment So, like, if we had the option to work on our own stuff in that, and, like, it was, like, mini gamified, I'd be okay with that. That you get, like, a significantly cheaper repair, but it takes your in-game time to do it. You know, there's a certain amount of realism and lack of realism with that, in that there is always some level of expense with repairing things because there's material costs and not. But reduce your costs. Okay, so let's go here. Vehicles. There's the lease. Return it. Okay. Do that. Contracts. I mean, I could harvest that, but I'm not going to for that little bit. All right. Dude, there's so much money from John Deere product placement. They let you repair your own stuff. Even worse, they troll it. If you own a John Deere, you just can't repair it. Like, you have to take it to the service center. Hanging out while you eat your pizza and finish your D&D character sheet. Gotcha. I don't think John Deere pays Farm Sim to be in there. Like, I'm not privy to whatever style agreements they have. But I'm sure there's some level of agreement between the company and the various manufacturers. Like, I just don't know whose money is getting exchanged which way and how. Music-themed campaign, nobody's playing a bard. Perfect. Like, I don't know if it's a licensing, like, more than likely it's going to be a licensing thing where the Farm Sim devs might even be paying to be allowed to use the various real brands in their game. It probably varies, you know, brand to brand, that there might be ones that they are paying a license fee. There might be something that there's no real money being exchanged one way or the other. I have no idea. Because that's like, games like Need for Speed, it's not like Dodge went and was paying Need for Speed a whole bunch of money to include their vehicle in their game. It was just, you're playing that style of game to give your game a certain amount of legitimacy. If you wanted to use real vehicles, there's certain vehicles you wanted to include, so you had to play ball. Because otherwise you go the GTA route of calling stuff like Buccaneer. What odd number of pedestrians for a farm? What's in the area? Yeah, no, it is weird, because you got like a bunch of stuff here, but like that's a grain mill over there, and down here is like the gas station and all that. So it's not like I could see if we were between, you know, the train station and the residential area, be like, ah, okay, I could see why, even though it is a farm, this would be just the natural walking path between two major points of interest. Like, no, it's really just farm out here. All right. And the fields we have is I've got one above me and one below me. Yeah, so it's that second field up there. It's a very health conscious community. So actually, amusingly enough to me, not in the US because I haven't been into a farming community that would make sense, but while I was in Germany, one of the families I stayed with that are like friends of my family, they were in an area that there was like farms all around, and they did walk just about everywhere. So like amusingly enough, that does fit what I experienced there. Party wishes you could knock over pedestrians. Probably would turn into a very different game quick, but still. Phasing through them feels bad for some reason. I don't mind that they made the decision to not have that. It's the same thing with the vehicles, where the other vehicles really don't have physics enabled in the sense that you can't really nudge them around. They're effectively a brick wall you just ricochet off of. Because I do think what would ultimately happen with the game is you'd have very few people who actually play Farm Sim for the farming side of it. And effectively it'd just be, you know, GTA but no guns kind of thing. Hey, Ins, how's it going? So I do think it was actually a good idea for them to be like, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to not include the ability to, like, run people over with a combine or whatever. And then plus, if they do those kind of things, then you got to worry about age rating and everything. So, like, Farm Sim is, I believe, E for everyone. Which means they don't have to really worry about, like, any type of restrictions. They can pretty much sell it in basically any market without having to sweat, you know, oh, this one, it needs this thing, and oh, that one. So it's just much easier to have as much of an addressable market as possible. It's one of the things that comes up constantly when people are like, oh, they should allow us to cannibalize the zombies in Project Zomboid. It's like, well, then we're potentially dealing with a different age rating. That one's probably not as big. But there's a lot of stuff where, you know, you'll have people, like, they'll, like, one of the ones that comes up is they'll be like, oh, can you grow marijuana or whatever in the game? Well, it's like, no. It's like, yeah. It's like, can you make beer or wine? It's like, well, no. You're like, why wouldn't they let us do it? That's a very normal thing for a farm to do. It's like, yeah, they let you make grape juice, and all that. But the moment they would have you producing actual alcohol or whatever, it's like, all right, well, age rating on the game just went up. So now not even that someone's not so much an age rating, but like the ratings change where now certain countries are like, oh well, you can't. Not that you can't show it, but there's a different rating if you include any type of drugs or anything like that, which, yes, alcohol does count as a drug to a lot of different areas. Because it is. Not to say I have like a big problem with it or anything. You know, I do drink myself on occasion. But the moment it gets involved, that suddenly now there's markets that they might not be available in. Nice day. Missing Tooth doesn't hurt as much anymore. And you got some great strawberries again. Nice. Those are all good things. Because there's a lot of stuff that's actually the reasons, like, why did they not include this feature? It's like, well, then they wouldn't be allowed to sell in Germany, or they wouldn't be allowed to sell over there, or, you know, they could sell, but they'd have a different rating, which means they have to, you know, you have to be an adult to purchase it, or, you know, it has to be behind a cabinet, or whatever. Different countries have different rules. And then you have to do the math. It's like, okay, well, is potentially massively harming my sales in insert name of region worth it to include this thing? And sometimes it is. Sometimes you do that stuff. Sometimes you do make Grand Theft Auto knowing there's going to be some markets you will literally not be allowed to sell in, or there'll be heavy restrictions and all that, and you're like, yeah, but for the purposes of this game to fit it thematically, like, this is seen as having a significant perceived value to justify the potential loss in sales in this area, that I will benefit more. And it doesn't need to be all about money. There's certainly the artistic side and all that too. But that's all stuff as a business you got to go into. It's honestly one of the mistakes I've seen happen a lot in games, that you'll have people 100% focused on the art side of games, which certainly you want to make the game you're passionate about and yada yada, like all that stuff. Absolutely. Not disagreeing with that at all. But at the same time, if you want to make more than one game and then not go bankrupt, you do have to consider the business side too. Let's see. You wonder if it really hurts sales. Nobody really checks the age rating. Well, the thing is, Rabob, in a lot of places, you physically may not purchase a lot of games if you are under a certain age. That you actually get ID'd and all that. So age ratings do matter. And I actually know a number of people who will check age rating. I knew a lot of people growing up who their parent be like, "Oh, that game, that's T for teen. You're gonna have to wait a couple years." I knew a lot of people that was the case. As far as like raw numbers, is it meaningful? That I can't answer. That I don't know. But it's certainly not nothing. The question is it significant? Oh, in the Netherlands, they would just sell anything, what do you recall? GTA in year 12, you're fine. Yeah, so here in the US, with parental permission, which means your parent being there, you can buy GTA and all that. Yeah, you can't have ads in bigger marketing areas, so that's a milestone start. Yeah, there's that too. If you have certain age ratings that you aren't allowed to market your products, like depending on the age rating and all as well. There's lots, like that's one of those things that like every different place has their own different rules, which can be just another reason not to do it. Even if you're not worried about the sales side, just opening that can of worms of juggling all that crap and going, okay, what am I allowed to do here versus there versus there? That's enough sometimes to be like, you know what? It's just not that important. Again, if you're playing a game like GTA and you're like, should we or should we not have strippers? Well, thematically, it fits the game. People are going to have a certain level of expectation on that. There is a reason to support that. But at the same time, you're like, I'm making a farming simulator. Haha, would it be fun if we had strippers? And then you look and go, oh, I have to open this whole can of worms for this joke? Never mind. Never mind, we're just going to leave that alone. Let's see, you try to get a copy of GTA 1 or 2 when you think you're 15, and they declined you, even though you're playing GTA 3 and maybe Vice City at the time. Yep. Yeah, because, I mean, rules change, and a lot of them lag behind as times change. But yeah, no, I know, like, I know in the US, like, if you would go into, assuming the staff are doing their job, because we ran into this, like, I didn't work the electronics section in the store I worked in. I worked the tool section, but we did sell some games. And yeah, if you walked in, you're like, I want to get this game. It's like, hey, sorry, this one is, this one required, you know, I can't remember what the ratings were. It's like, you know, like, not like it's like pornographic or anything, but hey, you know, this one has this rating. You're required to have an adult do the purchase. And that happened all the time there. Let's see, US is really open when it involves violence, but as soon as you see a boob, it's higher rated than it is here. Yeah. Yep, we were founded on Puritan values. And it still carries forward that we have this weird aversion to any form of, like, nudity or sex, but by God, if you want to bisect someone and disembowel them, it's okay, we'll just make it teen, that's fine. It's only teen, it doesn't need to go higher than that, it's fine, it's just a disembowelment. But see a boob? Put that rating up, it's gotta go higher. Teens not, no, we gotta go, like, not, we don't have to go all the way to X, but one down from there, one down from X. It's weird. Like, even as someone who grew up and, like, observes it and sees it, it's weird. Like, and for the record, I don't have issues with either of those things being in games. It's just weird how much the culture here in the US is, like, totally chill when it comes to violence. But, like, nudity and sexuality and all that is just, like, super, like, holy crap. Think of the children. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Look, Johnny's allowed to watch that guy's brains get spread all over the wall, but little Johnny can't handle a little side boob. It's just too much. It's funny that you brought up side boob at the same time I was saying it, because with stream delay you couldn't have possibly heard it yet. Yeah, it's exactly like that kind of thing. It's like, oh no, they got like a little boob window? Alright, I don't know. We're treading territory. Hang on. How big is this? How big is this window? Yeah, and it's wild. Like I said, I don't have problems with either of those in the games. Like, very genuinely, I don't have problems with like ratings or anything like that. I think those are good for people being able to be informed. And yeah, there's a lot of people who genuinely don't read the ratings or care about it. The many people who, what was the, oh man, this is going back to PlayStation days. The squirrel. It was like a Banjo-Kazooie style game with a squirrel. But like it was super like lewd language, swearing, violence, that kind of thing. Yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day, and everyone buying the game with the cute squirrel on it for their like 8-year-old. To be honest, with online game stores, you forgot games had ratings. Well, it's also one of those things that, you know, once you get older, you don't care about the ratings. Not that much. Because, like, if you're in your 20s, 30s, or 40s, okay, if the game's got a little violence or a little whatever, who cares? Like, you're in the age range that's being targeted. Wouldn't say for sure it was a Windows since 16. Now you feel old because it's a decade ago. People buying Happy Tree Friends with little kids because of cute cartoons in the front. I do feel like a lot of products have gotten better when they are adult cartoons, and that they have gotten better about being like, hey, this is an adult cartoon. It's fun, it's violent, there may be lewd language, like, not for kids. Like, they're doing really good now about putting on the packaging, like, right there in the front, like, on the thing, like, adults only, or not for kids, or, like, whatever label they want to put there. I don't think there's that, like, an actual standard for it. Because I know, like, there's Has Been Hotel, which is a fun adult cartoon. Like, there's not, like, sexy times going on or whatever, but they have, like, lots of lewd language and violence and all that. And they have like a whole disclaimer when you start the show and all that. It's like a super messed up Disney series. It's not actually by Disney, but you know, the main character is like a Disney princess, but in hell, and how that would be. It's fun. It reminds you of the movie Watership Down, and your parents being like, oh, look, a cute bunny movie. I remember it. I couldn't tell you what it was. It was an anime. I remember I was probably like 6, 7, or 8, and we went to Blockbuster, and we got some cartoon. It was an anime that was like, oh, it's got giant robots or something in it. That looks cool. I want to see this. And we got home, and we started watching it. And we weren't 15 minutes in it before, like, 3 naked women started running across the screen. At which point, it's like, you got up and, like, went to mom. I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to have this. It's like, I don't think I'm supposed to have this. I was a good kid for the most part. At that age. Later on, maybe a little bit more mixed bag on that. But it was definitely, like, 6, 7, 8-year-old of me being like, oh, this is definitely not something I'm supposed to watch. You're at the age where you're not into that anyways. I couldn't tell you. We're talking this is 90s. Again, Blockbuster being relevant at the time. Couldn't tell you, but it was definitely one of those ones where you're just like, oh, definitely we escalated to immediate nudity in like the first 10 minutes. Child me was like, oh, this is not what we're looking for. We should never had to sleep? Yeah. It was a movie actually marketed that was, wait, what's that? It's weird because animated is for kids back then. Yeah. Yeah, that's still a thing you'll hear. Not as much nowadays because we've gotten more and more crass and violent and lewd cartoons, and that's not me being judgy of them. I think a lot of those are fun. But I definitely remember when we were younger, it's like, oh, cartoons are for kids, and you're like, Beavis and Butthead is for kids? What are you like, do you see the show and do you do you relate with one of the main characters? Because what? I don't know what show you're watching. I would definitely not say that's for kids, or even remotely appropriate for children. Yeah, you visit a friend in college and had, oh yeah, I had once or twice where you're like, oh, you should check this show out, and you watch it like, whoa, hang on. I don't know. I'm not sure what you think I'm into, but this is pretty far out there, man. Like, I do enjoy a good anime once in a while. But, there's definitely been some of them that got, like, real wild, and you're like, alright, hang on, wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead, well, right, but you're talking a teen. It's almost like it was rated T for teen. Which is, I actually think what Beavis and Butthead's rating was, is I do think it was like T for teen or whatever the equivalent was. But again, I would definitely not say it's made for children. Which is a very different thing. When you say something's made for children, you're usually talking like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 years old. Alright, bear with me, chat. I gotta use the restroom again. I'm drinking entirely too much soda, and you know how that goes. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Alright. Okay, so you can repay that bit there. Okay, I've already forgotten what we were doing at. So these currently have water in them. They're fine for the moment. Contract-wise, I'm not good doing these giant cultivating fields. They take a while. Those aren't good enough contracts for that. That's all fine. We paid down the loan. I don't need to do anything with the barley until June, so we're good there. We want to make sure we keep an eye on it, because it'll be the one time I don't check it. That'll be the day the next ad shows up. Alright, and we move forward. Yeah, we keep doing all that stuff. Yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong. Beavis and Butthead back in the day wasn't super terrible. It was mostly just people being, like, it was a couple characters being idiots. They had a couple things that got a little... I mean, it's definitely, again, not for children kind of thing, but like teens, whatever. Like that was, I definitely remember Ren and Stimpy was like really, really popular back then. I watched a bunch, but there was definitely a point where with Ren and Stimpy back then, it's like, oh, this is kind of just grossing me out now. Like, it was kind of fun for a little bit, and then after a while, you're like, oh, actually, this is just kind of gross. But that wasn't one that I would say is like, you know, older audiences or whatever. Yeah, it was like it's the same kind of thing as like SpongeBob or whatever. You know, it's totally fine for kids. It just got definitely got some of those episodes are like, that's just disgusting. Not like, oh hey, kids shouldn't see this. Like, oh, that's just nasty, man. You like Powdered Toast Man, the rest wasn't for you? I don't remember a lot of the skits. Like I remember instances where like they zoom in on people's faces and it's just gross. I do remember the like, oh, well, isn't that cute? But it's wrong. I remember those skits all the time. Courage is the one that today wonder if kids have been watching. Courage is good. Courage did a lot of the same things, but in the case with Courage, the cowardly dog, it felt like they did a much better job of like when they do like the zoom in kind of stuff, they didn't like go way over the top being like, let's just go for the ick factor. Like I remember liking Ren and Stimpy for just a little while, and then very quickly being like, oh, this is just gross. I'm gonna go watch something else. Some of the episodes got so eerie. Yeah, no, Courage got weird in a fun way. You have a depressed loaf of bread as a kid's mascot there. I have questions. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life I very much enjoyed. Even then, like, I feel like with that one, because to me the big problem with Ren and Stimpy was constantly like bombarding you with ick. Rocco's Modern Life, they did the occasional ick, but it wasn't nearly like you'd go entire episodes with no ick happening versus Ren and Stimpy was like, no, we need 4 or 5 zoom in closely where we drew some like face with like a worm coming out of its nose. 90s were all about the well, the 90s in general and early 2000s for that matter, it was like a lot of the almost like shock and awe humor, like, oh, here, let's just destroy, like, show this like really gross thing, or let's show like, you know, the days of the show like Jackass or whatever, where, you know, people hurting themselves, or like the prank shows and all that. That was all like the 90s, early 2000s was a bunch of that stuff. And then, you know, humor changes over time. A lot of that same content nowadays, you know, sometimes you just see for it. Some of those prank shows, you're like, that's just downright cruel. Like that, you get to the point where you can relate to it too much and be like, wait a second, that's not fun. You're just being a jerk. Or like you might genuinely be potentially hurting that person. It's Bernard the Bread won an award because he shows kids that they don't have to be happy at a time. Just German things? I think that's a good message. I think that's a good message for kids. Like that was I remember at the time it was made kind of a big deal that, like, I was not one who really watched much in the way of Powerpuff Girls, but I remember it was like a whole big thing that there was a whole big talk when they had an episode where, I'm gonna get them wrong, it was Bubbles. Like Bubbles is usually like the happy-go-lucky one, and she was just kind of down and sad or whatever, just like a little depressed. And like the whole episode was just everyone trying to cheer her up, and finally like the professor being like, no, it's okay to be sad sometimes. Like, you know, that's fine. Like, you know, if there's a real, you know, like if there's a problem, like there's a problem, but like, you know, some days you're just not happy. And that's okay. His catchphrase is crap, and you love him. Yeah, Bernard the Bread is essentially Marvin the Robot, just materially miserable too. And he's all over the governmentally funded kids channel. Well, Blossom was the leader. I remember that one. And it was Bubbles was like the one who liked animals, who was super bubbly, and I believe that was the one that was like sad. I could be wrong. Like I said, I didn't watch the show very much, but I do remember there was like a hot minute there where that episode came out and a lot of people were talking about it. Because there's a whole bunch like, you know, your show is making my kid sad and all that. It's like, well, no, it's showing that like you don't have to be perpetually happy. Like, one, that's not realistic. It's also very impractical. What are you? Oh, it's just a really weird cedar. Okay, that's fair. Like, it's not realistic and all that. Which one is Buttercup? The rough one? I think so. By process of elimination. Okay, so you should be coming up. Yeah, so you're ready. You're ready for your top off. Can I manage to back this? Back this up over here. But yeah, no, I remember that was like, there's been a few shows. That's the kind of things that I like that more shows, not even because of like the developmental kind of thing, you know, giving a more holistic view to kids about more realistic characters and all that. But I actually like that there's more and more shows that do include addressing those kind of things in their shows. Like, I really enjoyed Steven Universe, even though that came way later, like way after I wasn't watching much of the way of TV. I still went out of my way to watch that one because it was fun the way it addressed a lot of, honestly, very complicated topics that usually get just kind of fully ignored in shows. And so I really enjoy a lot of that. I personally liked the original Teen Titans more than Teen Titans Go, which partly is probably because I grew up with the original Teen Titans. But there's definitely been episodes that I got, you know, just from being around our people. You see like an episode here and there, and like, it's been a long time, you know, hanging out with the niece and nephew or whatever. And you'd see episodes in Teen Titans Go where they would tackle stuff, and you're like, you know, and a lot of them actually give like one of the ones I give credit for Steven Universe is not only do they tackle stuff, but you know, there's a lot of shows that do a really bad job of it. They'll be like, oh, this person's depressed. Well, it's okay. We'll cheer them up, that kind of thing, and then they succeed in the end. And or like anxiety or that, they'll have like you know, very, very naive and not good advice. And I appreciate stuff like Steven Universe. They have like an entire episode around where one of the characters is dealing with like really bad anxiety and all that. And rather than just being, it's like, oh, we'll just get the stressor away or whatever, they have like an entire song dedicated to being just like, hey, you know, just, you know, here comes the thought, like, we're not gonna let it control us, we're gonna sit back, we're gonna take a breath. You know, actual things that people dealing with anxiety that they do recommend, being like, try to step back, realize this thing is starting to take control of you and try and get ahead of it. You can't always do it, but like acknowledge this is a stressor you have. It's there, but like that's not an actionable thing right now or whatever. And that can kind of help you hopefully get a grip on that situation before it starts taking control. Thor is depressed. You can tell because he's fat. Now he's no longer depressed, represented by being huge and ripped again. Oh man, yeah. That's always a bad one. Like really like, I think it's fine to have the superhero presented as depressed because you're like, hey, you know what? With what happened, being depressed is a fair, realistic, and understandable thing. But also, just, here, we're going to represent that by you put on weight. Okay, and that's it. And then just hand wave it away a little bit later. Like, come on, man. Do better. You never heard of Steven Universe? And you probably was not a kid at the time. Steven Universe is fairly new. I wasn't a kid at the time either for Steven Universe. Honestly, I'm not sure kids are the target demographic for Steven Universe. It's certainly kid appropriate, but some of the topics they do tackle, I would say, are well beyond what a kid would understand, I think. Like, I wouldn't say it's an adult cartoon. Like, I wouldn't say it's like, you know, like it doesn't have anything that, you know, like lewd jokes and that kind of stuff. Not really. But it would definitely, I don't know, maybe teens? Like if you were to put like a target demographic, like teens. But it's definitely one of those things that you could be older and still enjoy it. It's got a lot of music to it. So that's not your jam, you know, whatever. Depressed equals weight gain reminds you of Fat Lee and 2000 Battlestar Galactica. You also like The Amazing World of Gumball because it's so weird. I haven't seen that one. I actually don't really watch much television. Not any like judging about television or whatever. It's just I only got so many hours of a day. I spend a certain amount of it streaming, and I spend a certain amount of it like doing stuff related to streaming and gaming or whatever. I just don't leave myself much time for other shows. There's still some shows I go out of my way for. Like I said, I very much enjoy Has Been Hotel, which is very not for kids. Very, very not for kids. Literally no vehicles on sale today. I understand. Okay. And no contracts we care about. June is when we harvest. But yeah, that's yeah, Steven Universe follows it's a kid who's got magic power kind of thing. And there's these other people with magic powers. There's a whole backstory. I'm gonna try to avoid like any spoilers. But you know, he's living this fantastical life and dealing with all sorts of stuff, but it gets pretty heavy sometimes. That they do end up in a way tackling stuff like racism and anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, you know, kind of stuff. Like they get into some pretty heavy topics. And they have lots of like absolute banger of songs in there. But they do it in a way that it, you know, one, it doesn't feel like really heavy-handed or whatever. It feels very, very organic to what's happening in the show. Because it is one of those things that sometimes when you sit back and you watch like a superhero thing and you see like how many people around the superhero die over the series and the number of times that they get barely narrowly escape surviving and all the awful things they go through. And you're like, you know what? Let's be fair. All the crap that some of those people have been through, like Wolverine and, you know, so forth, like Cyclops and all, it's like, they would not be okay. Like, even if they're physically okay, they would not be okay. And I understand that not everything needs to be heavy and make you deal with all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's a tornado day. We have a tornado going on. Is that the tornado over there? All right. Map. Because I believe it'll put in... Yeah, here it is. Friend. If not friend, why friend shape? So yeah, the tornado doesn't hurt you, the player, but you can see it's destroying the trees. It'll mess up your crops. It won't damage buildings in the game. It's just they would have to have like a damaged version of every building, so it's a whole big thing. But yeah, so if we speed up time. You can see that the tornado will slowly make its way across. in real life, you are not going to have a tornado that's sticking around for 4 or 5 real world hours, just a singular tornado just whipping around. So I'm curious of this not being our field. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't damage the NPC's crop. Your own crops, it'll damage your crops. But yeah, so there's a whole thing where they've added tornadoes and hail and all that stuff. I think you've seen most of these. Courage, World of Gumball, See Little Rocco, Ren Stimpy, Powerpuff Girls, few episodes of Teen Titans. Yeah. I totally forgot what we're even working on because I saw the tornado icon. I was like, ooh, tornado. But yeah, so tornadoes mostly just damage your stuff. Look, free lumber. You still have to cut it down and process it, which isn't that big a deal. All right, so next month is harvest. But yeah, I feel like The Legend of Korra leaned into that for all the critiques it got. Yeah, I mean, both Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra both address stuff. Like, Korra definitely got into more of it, where they dealt with, like, you know, stuff like it wasn't always clear, like the bad guy isn't always super obvious. Just to walk up, it's like, that's the bad guy. That, you know, sometimes things are more complicated than there's the good and the bad person. Sometimes, you know, there's differences of view, and that the good and bad is relative, and, you know, relative to your stances as opposed to whatever. Dealing with people going through a lot of stuff. That they're also, oh, we're in rain, so pro tip, don't harvest during the rain. You'll get, your yield will be penalized. Meanwhile, quick check. Nothing I want to do. Come on, rain. Go away. What's the weather forecast? I'll put it here somewhere. Rain till afternoon. Cool, man. Okay, all right. So we're gonna grab these 2 contracts as well. All right. Let's see. You think you see? All right. Legend of Korra. If this is about Aang's granddaughter or so, you caught 2 episodes. Sadly, after that, you had no time for it. Yeah. So it's not Aang's granddaughter. I don't think she is. I don't think she's related to Aang in any way. Not directly. There are a bunch of people related to different individuals, but I want to say that she was like her own person. But yeah, that one, like, there's some people who like really cannot stand Korra. I thought it was good. It was a different series, but I thought it was good. But there was some who are like, it's not the original one. That's if I remember correctly, they're supposed to be coming out with another The Last Airbender so far as cartoon, all that. But I enjoyed them, both the original, The Very Last Airbender, as well as Korra as well. But they were just different. Same universe, but very different series. Yeah, there's a new Avatar coming soon based on Earthbender. Yeah. And I know a whole bunch of people was like, why is it following one of the people we know? And it's like, that's literally the whole thing. That you don't get to have, like, in their universe, you don't get a new Avatar until the other one's gone. There's only ever one Avatar at a time. So, for the new person to be there, Korra needs to be gone. Which will be interesting how they show that universe, because then one would assume that an amount of time has passed. So where, like, in Legend of Korra, they made it far more like steampunk industrial era universe than the original series, which was, you know, not medieval or whatever, but like in that general area. You know, they have like their own timeline where things don't quite line up. That's another series I enjoyed. All right, topping off the water. So one nice thing we have is I believe you've got pretty substantial storage in our in here. How much is, I don't remember how much our silo carries. We could repay that. But we got a decent amount of storage inside our silo. What is the storage in our silo? We can go to these buildings, silos. 75,000. So one of the things you run into with these contracts is just not being able to like save the rest of it, like dealing with that. With the silo, I could dump everything in the silo. I was like, last year, remember Korra helped the spirits and nature was taking over the city or something? And to see what the world will be. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'll be curious. You had no idea there's a new series. Looked up. It sounds interesting. Yeah, I appreciate series that don't just, hey, we got this thing that worked, let's just do it forever. That they don't let it get to that like extremely stale state. All right. So we already own this trailer, and it's done us really well. What would it cost us? Well, actually, first, what is our debt? Where are we at with the debt? We're down to 55,000. If we were to go and get the other big trailer, it'll probably be under semi-trailers. Get ourselves a really big trailer that we can drag behind the semi for the crops. You have this one, which I remember this one I have mixed feelings about, and the reason for that is just the fact that it's split into two separate reservoirs. So for just shy of 100,000, we can get a much larger trailer. Because right now you're 55, you're 51. What is the one I already own? Because we have that trailer with the upgrade, 37. So it's a not quite double. I do think I'm gonna do it. Because then again, we will be moving on to the semi. I'm seeing the semi as our end game for hauling stuff. So let's go here, grab our vehicles, find our trailer. There you are. Sell that back. It looks like we're actually going to get a pretty good chunk of the price back too, which is lovely. Yep. But we were looking at 75,000 or something like that. So let's go ahead and get our... We can just get back what we don't need. Okay. So we can go to our semi-trailer. All right, so we've got that one's 51.8. That's 59.4. Does accept more varieties for whatever reason. That accepts less varieties and is smaller. Why do you accept a lot more? Oh, I'm not allowed to paint the whole thing. It's fine. Okay, I mean, that isn't a modded one, is it? No, that's just a built-in one. Because this one's decently bigger, but like I said, it has like the 2 different separate segments and all that. I'm not a huge fan of that. That one's smaller than that one. And then these ones don't, so I'm probably gonna get that one. Yeah, and it's allowing it to go... I didn't realize you could use, like, the regular lizard truck for that. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and grab it. It's a little annoying that I can't change its color, but that's fine. Alright, so buy you, do that, okay, back off, do this. And so we've once again spent money to get the next thing sorted. Alright, get you in position over here real fast. Alright. So that means I've got what's going to be my end game crop hauling. That there's basically only one trailer that's bigger than this one as a individual trailer. But like I said, I kind of don't like it just because it has like the separate segments. So it's just a little bit more of a hassle to deal with. Alright. But then also this frees up our tractor, so what I can do is once I'm done harvesting this field, I can put the tractor on here and say, hey, go cultivate. And just let the AI work on cultivating it for a while I run around grabbing the other stuff. We clear up those other fields that I put on the list for harvesting. Because that can all be really good for the whole thing. And then on top of that, as much storage as this has, there is a chance I might be able to put all the fields in here. And if I could put all 3 fields in here, I could sell just enough of it to satisfy the contracts we've got there. And then all the rest I can keep to sell at the better price. You'll figure it out. I mean, I'll get you ready to do your job. So we can start multitasking a bit better. You're going to want to wait to start this till that field is harvested, which shouldn't take long. Alright, because we had 2 more fields today that have barley. Okay. Make that 3 fields today that have barley. Yep, so we got 3 fields here. All of them are barley, which means we can triple dip on that, which should mean a pretty considerable additional payday from all the stuff I don't need to sell because of double dipping and triple dipping. Alright. Now we can get that one. We'll get the harvester onto the next field. So potentially a good money day. Now, realistically, we're talking raw real-life time. Honestly, just sleeping existence away would probably be the fastest way to make money, but it's not very satisfying. Oh, you got 2 passes yet? That's fine. And so debt-wise, we put ourselves back up to about minus 120. We've been hovering around there. We'll get to be about minus 120, and then I'll work it back down. I'll bring it back up and work it back down. But I mean, we got the semi, we've got the water trailer, we've got the crop trailer now. The last time we got the harvester, we got the greenhouse. So I can kind of feel like, oh man, we're not making any money. We are gaining a lot of equipment, which is kind of the idea. Let's slow down time a little bit so we don't end up having to do this into the nighttime, because that's hard to watch. And then what is the closest field from here to do? I've got 15 up here. Should be 3 fields blinking. There's 56 and 77. All right, so 15 up there will be the next one. And now we go to these. I don't have a header trailer, but I think we can just cut across the fields and not worry about it. Because this map being mostly farmed throughout the entire middle segment does make it so I don't have to worry about as much as the header hitting on stuff. Versus when we get to, like, some of the maps that the entire middle of the map is, like, the city or whatever, and you just cannot cross through there with the header attached. You gotta put on a trailer. Okay, so last stripe here. Then we will, let's get the semi off of the field. Then we can drop this off, get into position on the next field, start it going, get the cultivator all set up. Then we can grab the semi and start heading up that way to support it. Yeah, considering this thing, I think, only carries 12,000, like, in its hopper. And that the truck there carries 54,000. We should be good. I'm guessing the reason they marked this trailer as everything is it looks like a regular semi-trailer as well. It might just have a customization where you can turn into a box trailer as well. Which is fine. Okay, so you're way up there at 15, so just cut straight across. About that angle. Because, yeah, surprisingly, we haven't had many opportunities to do much harvesting of fields that aren't our own with this. So it's nice to see that. Some of these other fields look like they're also going to be ready as well. So maybe we'll get lucky, and this year we'll be able to do a bunch of these side contracts for harvesting. Yeah, those hoeing ones are tiny. When is it worth upgrading the tractor? So normally, if we were doing a normal playthrough and I wasn't dealing with these objectives over here, we would have snagged one of those big tractors that came by for like 130,000, because those would have been kind of mid-range heavy tractors. So I would have grabbed them because I would have gotten a good price on it. Because usually the two things that instigate me upgrading the tractor is, one, if I could snag a really good tractor on a good deal, I'll take it. Otherwise, if I'm running into the situation where I've got a lot of my processes that are like my time bottlenecks, are things that I just can't speed up because I need a bigger tractor to run any better version of that equipment, that's the other time. But because we're specifically looking for the Nexat machines as one of our objectives, and those are my quote-unquote end game tractors, that I am going to be going out of my way to get those. So we are going to be upgrading, skipping the entire middle step and going right for the end game tractor, because I do, well, end game equipment, it's not really tractor, just because of the nature of this, the dare drops, that is. Let's make sure all these are going to the same place. Cool. Just making sure, because they're going to different places that could cause me issues. But yeah, normally by now I probably would have upgraded my tractors. Like, before I got this trailer, I would have gotten a bigger tractor normally. Because right now, this truck and trailer represents almost $200,000. At that money, I could get a low-end large tractor or a high-end medium tractor. Oh. Hang on. Ran out of cash that's just in my bank account to pay my workers. Which is fine, we're literally doing contracts to get more money. Yeah, so normally I would have upgraded by now. Yeah, so if I see a good tractor here, I'll usually try to make it happen. Now, normally I'm doing my challenge run where I'm not allowed to take loans and all that, so it would be when I have the money to do it. But considering we're not doing one of those challenge runs, we're doing a run to do the dare drop stuff, we're making that happen. I can only just assume with the 1 million from production chains, I'm just going to have to say, hey, we've done it whenever we get the other stuff done over there. Just because, as far as I can tell, there's no tracking it. And even just stuff like the greenhouse and all that, because I want to say that qualifies as a production chain, because you put water in as a material and out comes something else. Which we'll do more than just that. Alright. Let me go ahead and park you up here. I'll take over the harvester so that I'm contributing. And that way they're not eating up even more of the money. Not that this is that much money. When you're playing, because this is normal difficulty, it was a requirement for the dare drop, whereas normally I play on hard economy. Normally it's way more expensive. All right. Admittedly, with me thinking about this, if we sold all the stuff we had, there is a pretty good chance I would be able to buy the Nexat and one of the things. I'm not going to do it right now, maybe when we have way more. Because I'd hate to be wrong and come up just a little bit short and be like, well, now what? I've burned all my money. But that's fine. Thinking about it, with crop destruction, with the Nexat, it is going to trample the crops. That the harvester is narrower than the big wheels, which is part of when we were talking about it with Robo-Milker and Ultrasaurus. That is with those giant type of harvesters and all that, you do kind of accept the fact that you're going to have these spots in your fields that you just won't be able to do crops because they'll get crushed. But you ultimately, because all your equipment is the exact same size, you don't have, like, you write off those, like, areas that the thing goes along the same width every single time. But then you don't have to worry about, like, any losses from you driving over any other crops. Because it's not, in real life, it's not like in Farm Sim where you go through and you drive over the area again and again. There's no consequence of it other than crop destruction at that last phase. You pack down the dirt and all that, and it makes it harder to grow stuff and yada yada. You know, crop tires don't magically cause literally no damage, but they heavily reduce it. Alright, so finish this row. You can pop over, drop it off at the semi. Actually, I might hand this back over to the AI because I'm thinking me driving around, like, the harvester is the bottleneck for this phase. Yeah, we'll back off and set it back to the AI. Because the AI also can't trample the crops. It's just a thing they've chosen to do. Because it's just thinking with that I'll have to drive the whole way around. And right now, time-wise, that harvester is the thing that I need. What route are you taking? Whatever you do, make sure the spigot, the whatever, is pointing out. I don't care anything else about how you go about this, as long as it's pointing to the outside. I don't know what you're doing other than driving in circles. Okay, I think we got it figured out. Or not. That's not what I was expecting. Oh, it's doing the perimeter first. Yeah, which means we have to take over that. It's fine. I should have just left the AI on it. And when it's at 80%, rolled up and took care of it. Yep. All right. It's going to be a lot of barley. a lot of barley. And you just sort yourself out. Okay, you're getting there. You can barley believe this harvest. I see what you did there. I'm gonna need you to visit the office after stream, so that we can discuss this. Alright. And this is the biggest of the 3 fields we needed to do. The other 2 were much smaller, if I remember correctly. Were they smaller? Am I lying to you? They were all relatively small. Like, this one, I think, was 3.3 acres. Yeah, that one was 3.3 acres, and these were both, like, 1 point something here and 1 point something there. Yeah, that's the biggest one. I was partly hoping to see, like, another barley field show up there. Alright, and on your return trip, we will tag along to keep you emptied. I need to drop that speed, because it'll probably move something like 12. No, it's moving about 6 or 7. Yep. So about 6, 7. Cool. He reports to Rual's office at 4 a.m. Look, man, when you have those meetings where there's going to be a lot of yelling and a lot of swearing, you definitely want to do those outside working hours. It's just bad for business. Just have to go just a little faster than it. And there we go. You don't even go to meetings at work? Yeah. I know there's a lot of people who absolutely hate meetings, and I can understand. There's been a number of meetings in my career I've gone through that I'm like, why am I here? What's even the point of this? The big meetings, the CEO just going like this to them the whole time about like how wonderful I am. Look how great I am. Those meetings, I'm like, this is a waste of everyone's time. You're literally just rolling a money ticker in this company, wasting everyone's time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I also know there's a number of meetings I've been to that's like, no, this is a good and valuable meeting that, you know, a lot of good things came out of this meeting kind of stuff. You had a meeting where the manager went on about how great he was doing? It happens so often when you, like, if you're in the kind of company that, you know, the leadership wants to kind of directly interact with the staff on the regular, you get a lot of those kind of meetings in a lot of those companies. Not that it's bad to have your leadership trying to keep a touch on, you know, the people farther down, their subordinates and all that. You can have good like it can be good for your leadership to be in regular communication with those that answer to them. That there's a lot of good that can come from that, where instead of having to talk up the channels one by one to try and get your problems addressed with, and they always get dropped, having a more direct connection can be really good. But then there's a lot of those meetings where it's like, you know, go me, patting yourself on the back kind of things. They're like, look, man, it's just not useful. Oh no, it was communication, it's just bragging. You only saw them once a year for that. Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say, is those meetings happen. If it's just that, then yeah, it's a colossal waste of everybody's time. It can actually get the staff to be pretty jaded towards you, because it feels more and more like you're taking credit for their work kind of thing. But yeah, no, I've definitely had companies though that, like, you know, leadership is down in the trenches, as it were. You know, like I've had the CEO where it's like in manufacturing and some processes would falling behind or whatever, when would just get down there and start working with you. Would also go over to like the marketing department and sit down with them and be like, hey, like, what are we thinking? What is our plans? And then, you know, go over to the IT department and sit down with them, like trying to be as knowledgeable or aware on like literally all of the moving parts of their company, which no person can really do all of it. But I actually have a decent amount of respect for someone who does at least try to be as knowledgeable as they can be about how every part of their company works, knowing still that they can't just step in and take over. Because I think that does stop a lot of that stuff too. Like when you sit down and you realize, oh, I really don't know about this process. it can really help people see the value in that process, that they can't just cheap out on the people working it. But you went to one big meeting where corporate was announcing the new inventory system. Let's see. And you asked them about tracking theft. That was 12 years ago, and you haven't been invited to another one since. Yeah, no, there's definitely, like, there's times in my career that I have been the stickler, and there's times I've been the pie in the sky kind of person, so far as, like, this is something good. Yeah, we're gonna run into problems, but we should do it. And then there's also been, it's like, hang on. Pump the brakes about 30 times. Like, there's things we need to be focused on dealing with here before we go far. Alright, so we're starting to see the limit here. That while this container can carry a lot more, not uphill. And then meanwhile, you finish that. We spent $2 million for the scanner noise. Beep. Oh man, I have definitely been involved in a number of jobs that someone had their pet project. And a lot of money went into that pet project. And no one stepped back and went, but no, really, is this going to even be productive? Not even if it's like a good spend, but like literally, are you not just throwing money into a fire? And it's one thing when it's like one of the companies I worked for was a glorified hobby for the CEO. And it's like, cool, you know, it's the CEO's money. It's their project. They do get, like, if they want to spend, you know, couple $1 million on something that serves no functional purpose for the company, hey, guess what? It's their company. Fair enough. Like, they do get to make that choice. They're wasting money, but it's their money they're wasting, so, you know, sure, why not? But then there's a lot of times where it's just some, like, you know, some VP or whatever, some department head is like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. And you stop and go, but that you've stated this is the thing you hope to accomplish with that. It will not accomplish that thing. Like, it cannot accomplish the thing you're wanting. It's just objectively, like, we're not being critical of how effective it's going to be. You are assigning it to accomplish a task it is incapable of doing. As someone who's landed the CEO Wrangler role, yeah, you get that. Oh yeah, no, that's we had that with that same CEO, that for the benefit of the company, even when, again, multi-million-dollar hobby, when the CEO would start coming up with really bad and expensive ideas, you know, the person who could talk them around into believing a better idea was their idea. I've not been in that role, but I've known a number of people who have. The CEO whisperer. And then sometimes they, like, get that distraction, like, well, I want to do this. You're like, all right, well, that thing that he's distracted with right now isn't going to hurt us. It isn't too expensive. Let's just let him percolate on that for a while. Like, of the things he could be focused on and getting into that could be really bad for us, this one's kind of a nothing burger. Let him have that distraction. Let him run it aground, and when he gets onto something we got to properly worry about, we can circle back and try and tug him along to the next thing. Funny enough, the company is trying to wriggle out for being bought by another company. Yeah. You gotta know when to agree, disagree, or not say anything. Oh, well, that part I do know. that part, it's, you know, knowing how to say no, when to say no, like, is a very important skill in your career. Like, not even like with leadership kind of thing, but you'll have people who, again, they just don't know better. Like, it's not, they're focused on their thing and you're the subject matter expert, and they'll come in with their brilliant idea, and you can just go with it, but you know it's gonna be bad for you, like the company collectively kind of thing. And being able to sit there and be like, okay, I hear you, and I know you want this, but we're not gonna do it. But, you know, again, knowing, like, don't tell them like that, but being able to sit down there and be like, hey, here's the concerns on why we might want to reconsider this. These are the reasons that is a problem. That's going to be something we shouldn't do. Not just no, but like, hey, I am helping you right now by saying no. These are the reasons why I'm saying no. And sometimes that reason is I'm not doing it. Like, just, it could be a thing. It's just like, hey, you know what? The reason I'm saying no is you don't pay me the appropriate amount of money for me to say yes. I've done that one too. It's like, what you're asking me to do is way beyond the amount you pay. I'm not saying I won't be willing to do it. I won't be willing to do it at the rate I'm currently being compensated. Because it is taking on a lot of responsibility that if I say yes, I'm going to have to keep saying yes. And you have no reason to pay me the appropriate amount to do that task. Or someone else. It took me a long time in my career to... it took me a long time in my career to feel comfortable pushing back when people wanted to put more responsibilities on you. And it's okay to be like, no, oh, well, if we give you a raise, you also need to be aware of when it's time to say, it's not about the money. I don't want to do it. Like, that is a thing I am uninterested in doing. Like, I've known, it's a very common problem in software development, and it's getting better these days, but it's a very common problem that you'll have someone who's very talented as a software developer, and, people recognize that they're very intelligent, they're very knowledgeable on their trade, and yada yada. And the company will be like, cool, we're going to make you manager. And where they're really competent and really good at being a software developer, they're really crap at being a manager. And it's not to say, like, they're a bad person, it's just they are good at skills X, Y, and Z, and manager doesn't require X, Y, Z. Manager requires skills A, B, C. They are not good at A, B, C. I've seen that happen a lot. And I've known people who realize that they would not be a good leader. They're like, I have the thing I do good, but the things I'm specifically not good at are the things you're asking me to do here in this leadership role. So I'm going to help you by saying no. Let's see, you have a line in the sand where if you try to get you to manage people, you'll flatly refuse no matter the dollar amount. Yeah. I'm not in that situation. Like, I'm comfortable leading. I prefer just doing the work and not being responsible. I don't want to, so I should clarify that. I'm down with leadership in regard to, like, being a team lead, where I'm kind of representing my team and, like, helping a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, the interaction between upper management and that. As far as, like, a manager where, like, I'm dealing with hiring and firing and all these kinds of things, I'm not as excited about that. I can do it, and I'm not bad at it, but it's one of those things that I'm probably not going to accept that role. Oh, I need to be going this way. Let's see, in Bulgaria, that is a huge, big thing that they promote Bulgarians because they accept low offers. Yeah, I can't speak for anything like that. But yeah, so it's like I've been a team lead a number of times, and I've been involved in the hiring and firing process. Fortunately, I didn't have to fire very many people, and the 1 or 2 times I did have to fire people, it wasn't like, oh, you know, you do good work, but you know, times are tough, like layoff kind of stuff, because that I would find that very difficult to do. I would fight really hard with the company I'm in on that kind of thing. But the times I've had to fire people, it was, you know, an employee who was being really kind of crappy that you're like, hey, you know what? Look, man, it's the ones where you sit there in the office and you don't have to explain the person why they're being let go kind of thing. It's like, we both know why I'm here. We both know why I'm having this conversation. We know this has been coming for a while. Like, not that I would say that, but both parties involved know that this has been a long time coming, and the fact that they hadn't been let go earlier is honestly probably impressive in its own right for them. That, you know, the person who is so far past done with a job and they just show up, get their paycheck, and not do that job anymore. Which you get, that happens. Burnout is real. Okay, I'm just gonna have to wait for it to be done. This is getting heavy enough that this truck doesn't have a whole lot of get up and go right now. That's fine. As your old boss wouldn't give write-ups or fire anyone, she made her other managers do it, so she looked good. I've known bosses like that. That was actually retail. That wasn't even like later on, like the serious professional stuff. I had a group of 3 managers over me in retail, just the way it worked out. And I had one manager who, she really didn't know the trade, but she was very passionate about it, and she was very good with working with people and like scheduling and all. Like, she was good at being a manager. She was a really good manager. And to her credit, while she didn't know that stuff when she started, she learned it quick. So it's like, this isn't me being critical of her capabilities. It was, she got a leadership position in an industry she didn't know, and she took the time to learn it, but it took time. Not even in a negative way. It takes time to learn stuff. And I really liked her. Granted, there was problems that showed up later, you know, in her office politics-wise that she didn't handle very well. But that's a separate issue. You know, maybe not get involved with our people in the department romantically who are married. It's not a good move for either of your careers. But as a manager, she was really good. Like, really good manager. No criticisms there. Then I had another manager who was extremely knowledgeable on the industry. Good on a lot of the different types of things that he could manage. Not so great on the interpersonal skills kind of thing. But like, he was hard on you, but he was fair. Like, I definitely ran into times where he would back you up when there was like a situation between you and a customer that he didn't know what was going on quite yet. And then, you know, afterwards he'd be like, hey, what was that about? Like, you know, let's, like, you know, I need to know more about what's happening here. But at least within front of the customer, he wouldn't throw you under the bus kind of thing. So like, one example is there was an individual who we had gotten to know was a real big scumbag. But what he would end up doing is he would go to like little old ladies who had just lost their husband or whatever, you know, your grandma kind of thing, and he'd go, oh, you know, hey, I see you're going through a tough time. Here, I see your old man had a whole bunch of tools. You know, a lot of these are old, they're not worth that much anymore, but I'll do you a solid and I'll give you like $1,000 or $500. I don't know the amount, but like, give you some money. And I'll go ahead and take these tools off your hand. And, you know, like, I'm taking a hit for it, but like, you know, I want to help you out. Like, he's playing the good guy who's going to be there to help you on your time that's down. Meanwhile, the tools he's buying are worth like $20,000, $30,000. Like, absolutely okie doking these people. Just completely taking them for a ride. But a lot of the tools were hand tools that had lifetime warranties and all that. So what he would do is he'd buy these tools from these people in all these situations and just way screw them on the price. And then he'd come to the store, and even though they're perfectly good working tools, he would exchange them all so that they would still have the packaging on them. So you could see it was a brand new tool. And then he'd turn around and go to the flea market, and he'd sell it at like 75% the price. And so basically screwing these little old ladies and then screwing the store to, you know, make a pretty penny. So what ended up happening is, like, this guy had gotten a reputation for him. We had spotted him doing it a number of times. And he came in to do, like, his tool exchange. Like, he had just suckered someone, and he came in with, you know, like, this entire ridiculous number of tools. You know, which, one, it just takes up half my day just exchanging these tools. So what I did is I was frustrated with them, and, you know, we had been told, like, hey, like, we need to figure out something to do about it. I was like, all right, well, there's a new policy we've got going on here. Like, and this is to this guy's face. It's like, yeah, there's this new policy that when we exchange the tools, we need to remove the packaging. You know, we're giving you your tool, you get the tool that you need so you can use it, but we're removing the packaging because that's where the price was. Because that was his whole thing, is he'd put it on the table, you'd see the store price, it'd be like 20 bucks for the tool or whatever, and it'd say, okay, I'll sell it to you for 15 or whatever. So as removing all the packaging, he's like, what are you doing? And it's like, yeah, it's a new policy. We've had these people, they're taking advantage of individuals in duress and, you know, coming to the store, exchanging perfectly good working tools so that they can undercut the store, you know, at the flea market. Basically called him out, like, in his face without accusing him of it. It's like, and as such, we're now removing the packaging so that, you know, to make that scam harder. And he was throwing a fit about it as I'm sitting here just going through doing my thing because he was fuming. And, you know, my manager notices that, like, this customer's very clearly unhappy with me. He's, like, letting me continue to do it because he doesn't get a choice in the matter, but he's very clearly unhappy. And, you know, he walks up, he's like, hey, Rual, what's going on here? And I was like, oh yeah, I was just, you know, letting him know about the new policy we have where we remove the packaging when we exchange tools because of the whole thing where people are scamming people. And without dropping a beat, he's like, oh yeah. And he just goes and he starts removing all the packaging there with me, like just sitting there, even though that was 100% not the policy. Like, it wasn't against policy, it was just not specified. But manager just got right in there with me, no questions asked about it. I was like, yep, that's what we're doing. You know, and afterwards he was like, you know, what was actually going on? I explained the whole thing about, you know, that we had loss prevention, had, you know, figured out that this guy was doing this and it was like super scummy. And while it wasn't against any laws or anything, we were like, all right, well, what can we do to prevent this behavior? Because he's really screwing people and he's hurting our reputation and everything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so he's like, cool. You know, if you see him again, do it again. But, like, I appreciated him because, you know, if we were going by the writ of the policy and all that, he could have gone in there and pushed back on me and made me look like a jerk in front of the customer and all that. And I say customer, you know, he didn't buy anything from us. He bought tools from someone he scammed and then returned them, is what he actually did. So he's not a customer. He literally just cost the company money and literally didn't do anything. But yeah, because then I had the third manager, which is the manager I didn't like. He would throw you under the bus like that. That basically what happened is you'd have a customer pop in, you'd be like, oh, hey, you bought this thing. Company policy is we have a 15% restocking fee on it because people are using this like a rental service, like that kind of thing. From people doing that exact thing. You know, buying a pressure washer, pressure washing your house, and then returning it saying you're not happy with it or whatever and getting your money back. We had a big problem about that, so they had a restocking fee to it. And I as the salesman would have to be like, hey, well, there's a restocking fee like you were told when you bought it. There's a restocking fee to this when you return it. And they would throw a hissy fit and ask to see a manager. And if I got the other two, they'd be like, yeah, that's store policy. It is what it is. Like, you were told, it's like literally on your receipt and everything when you get it, like, that this is a thing now. And then that last one, I'd be like, yep, let me take care of it. We're going to go ahead and get you squared away and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, that's literally again, like, you want to be like, It's literally against policy. What you are doing, you are enabling the behavior that this policy was specifically stated to stop. This person took this tool with the full intention of returning it from the moment they bought it, and we're going to have to sell it back at a reduced rate. You are letting this person scam the company. You know it. I know it. We wrote this policy specifically to do this. Like, not me as in personally writing it. Like, it was specifically doing this. And you're letting this customer just walk over you to screw this, and you're just making it out like I'm the bad guy, that I can do this the whole time, which I couldn't, to just like reverse that thing. And the whole thing, like, you're 100% throwing me under the bus here, buddy. Making me look like a colossal jerk. And breaking policy. I could not stand that guy. He was the one, if I knew he was a manager and I had a choice in the matter. And so I was like, you know, I want you to call a manager. I'd be like, there's no manager on duty. Like, sorry, like, there's no one who can help out. This is store policy. There's not a person. You can come back, you know, at this time, basically to get anyone other than that one individual, because I just didn't want to deal with it. I didn't even care if I got in trouble because of that. I don't know why I'm pulling up to there. The pipe's on the other side. Yeah. When your favorite moment the object sold to someone else other than the original buyer, the lifetime warranty is voided? Yeah, so I mean, Sears is now basically defunct, but that wasn't the case because we don't verify your receipts or anything. We just went, yep, that's a Craftsman. It's a Craftsman hand tool, and it is not a torque wrench. Because the torque wrenches were the only hand tool that was a special exception. That they're like, torque wrenches are not covered by the warranty. And that's because they got a lot of fragile parts and people use them as a breaker bar, so they're just constantly breaking them because they weren't using them right. People are trained because they get compensation for doing so. Yeah. That was also a company of, oh, new training video came, like, new training series came out. Everyone needs to go, like, spend time in the back room watching videos and then answering these dumb quizzes that no one could pay attention to because they were, like, the most boring videos ever created in all of time. You love watching people loosen nuts with a torque wrench? Well, I've seen people get, like, a length of pipe, put it on a torque wrench because it was the longest wrench they had, and then, like, pry off, like, a lug nut that had gotten frozen with a torque wrench. You're like, what are you doing? That's $100-something wrench there. It's like a digital torque wrench. Why are you using it for that? Like, that is the exact thing it is not meant to do. For those who don't know what a torque wrench is, there's a lot of different nuts and bolts and that in your vehicles and other stuff that you need to be careful about how much torque they're under, how tightened they are. So, for example, some engines that are like performance vehicles and all that will sometimes have an aluminum casing with aluminum bolts. You cannot over torque those aluminum bolts. You'll just shear the head right off of it. And so you set a torque wrench and say, okay, I don't know the measurement, it's been too long, but say like 20 foot-pound or 20 foot-pound or whatever to it. You set it to 20, you take the torque wrench, you just go, it goes click, and when it clicks, you stop. You've got it there. It's the right tension, it's the right torque. And you do not push it farther, because when something tells you you're supposed to put a certain specific torque, it's not a suggestion. But yeah, you'll have someone like, but like I said, the guts of them, they're not that they're fragile, I don't want to overstate it, but they're not rugged, they're not sturdy. It's not like there's a tool called a breaker bar, which is a glorified metal bar with an attachment point for a socket. It's for when you got to really, really manhandle something where you're like, you know what I need to do? I need to just beat the hell out of this thing to loosen the seized thing or whatever. Like that's when you're like, I need, like, it's called a breaker bar. You get it. Like this is stuck, and I just need to put a whole lot of oomph behind this. You know, it's designed to be simple and strong. Whereas a torque wrench, again, all the complicated guts. You break it, and it's expensive. Manager typed those videos. You wonder if anyone has ever actually studied if anyone actually retains those? Yes, they don't. With my last job before streaming, we dealt in teaching software development. And we did a lot of work with a whole lot of different case studies about education theory, education modalities, and all that kind of stuff. And watching a video to learn something, just like watching it passively, is pretty terrible on the retention. The absolute worst, the absolute peak worst retention rate is lecture. Just having someone talk at you. That you're not participating in a conversation or literally anything else, you are just having someone talk at you is literally the worst modality for information retention. All right. And all the rest of this we get to keep for selling later. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Worst modality for information retention? Sounds like what we should build schools around. Yeah, to be fair, a lot of teachers actually do a lot better because there's a difference between lecture and discussion. Lecture is I'm talking at you, you sit down and shut up. Discussion, and this is very, very common in grade schools that are better grade schools, is they will have teachers use leading questions and all that to cover a subject. So they'll be like, oh, you know, like these people went and they sat in this place and they did this thing. Why do you think they did that? And, you know, a bunch of the kids will raise their hands and say, so that's an active form. That's much, much, much better. Much, much better. You also have activities, which are interactive and all that. Those are really good. The modality we went through, because it wasn't relevant to us, we didn't really cover that specific modality. Like, if I have a sit-down... You know, you sit down with your peers and you have an activity, where that lands. We didn't have an equivalent for that. But yeah, that's a really good one. Basically, when it comes to learning, you have passive and active. Passive is information is being thrown at you. You're listening to a podcast. You're listening to a lecture. You're watching a video. You're reading a book. That's passive. Generally, retention on all passive forms of learning, pretty bad. Some of them are worse than others, but they're all pretty bad. Like you'll retain like less than 15%. Then you have active learning, which again can be the same basic thing, but you are an active participant. You are doing stuff. Again, you have the passive would be lecture, the active would be discussion. With reading, the passive would be reading, the active would be writing. So written assignment or whatever. I don't know what you'd have for the passive and active for video, because the passive is just watching a video. Like the active, like streaming would be active if we're having a discussion here, but that kind of blurs the lines between lecture and discussion and all that. So I don't think it's a super good analogy, but you get the idea. Still same thing. The point is, are you an active participant in it, or is it just happening at you? Let's see. A weird fact in India, they prefer to learn from lecture, and they will even test you on what was said rather than what was read. You know this because you used to work for an Indian IT company. Training used to drive us Americans nuts. Yeah. Well, and you do have people with preferences, for the record. Let's see. Active might be doing whatever the video is. Yeah, no, I could say that. I could see that. Like, if the video is covering someone like doing your chords on guitar, and if you're sitting there like kind of doing the tutorial of doing the chords on your guitar, you could argue that is the active of what's being demonstrated. But you get the idea. The challenge is also active versus passive. Passive's easy to do, like as setting up. It's a lot easier to do some type of passive teaching than it is to do active teaching. There's a lot more work that goes into, like, for example, lecture versus discussion. Lecture, I can pre-plan the entire lecture word for word all before, ahead of class, and go through every single detail in its minutia and just go through the motions once again to class. Discussion, I gotta be willing to improv a bit. That there's gonna be stuff said that I gotta, the student might answer something I'm not expecting, and then I gotta try to steer the conversation back onto the subject, or like it might take a path unintended, and you get that kind of like what goes on there. There's a lot more energy that goes into dealing with that. Which is why, like, I talked to, like, I'm not going to go through the whole thing about where my streaming started, where I was doing GTRP on my own time, as a way to practice the improv side of things, just because I had been doing, I do a lot, or used to do lots of conference talks, and I can practice the technical just going through the motions and saying things very easily on my own time. Get in front of a mirror, and have a discussion. But like the improv where like someone asks you a question you don't expect and you just gotta adjust and roll with it kind of thing, that is not something that'll be easy to do. I'm not gonna worry about doing another barley. We got good money out of that. Not gonna complain. We got ourselves an extra 10-ish thousand from the contracts, and I probably scored another 10,000 liters of barley to then sell when the price is better. But yeah, so I was doing that as a way of practicing the active, because there's just not a good way to practice all that normally. Okay. I should have gotten more money from that. You're all working still, right? Yeah, no, they are. With that said, we're getting to about that point where we can switching over our games here. I've been doing half the stream Farm Sim, half the stream 2 Point. How's 2 Point been doing on the thing? I imagine it's been doing well. Yeah, it's fine. But we're gonna go ahead and switch over to that, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the Dare Drop tag here. And all that. If you're watching over on YouTube, the YouTube stream is gonna go down temporarily. It's just a thing over on YouTube that when you switch game categories, it breaks everything, so I have to start and stop the stream kind of thing. Don't get mad at me, get mad at YouTube for not getting their crap to be better. So I'll be right back in the YouTube side. And on this side, what I'm going to go ahead and do is hide our objectives.